Good morning to all, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants from around the world. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Teacher Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education organized by BNB College of Teacher Education in association with the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter. We gather here today to mark the beginning of a significant journey of intellectual exploration, collaboration, cultural exchange, and mutual growth. This conference is a testament to the power of global connectivity and the shared pursuit of knowledge. We heartily welcome each one of you to this international conference.
The late Thiruvallam N. Achyuthan Nair sir is the founder and spiritual strength of BNB Group. Sri N. Achyuthan Nair sir, a renowned freedom fighter, social activist, and a visionary par excellence, had been instrumental in changing the face of Thiruvallam. A plethora of institutions has been set up in Thiruvallam, ranging from education institutions to hospitals and recreation centers. His contribution has been immense in every field, especially in the field of education.
The BNB Trust, based at Thiruvallam, Thiruvananthapuram, has been forefront in providing education, healthcare, and community services in the locale. The BNB Trust manages a host of educational institutions, right from pre-primary to post-graduation levels. Srimati Ishwari Amma, wife of late Thiruvallam N. Achyuthan Nair sir, currently chairs the BNB Trust. She has been a stone supporter of her husband's principles and actively devotes much of her time in serving the community.
Sri A. Suresh sir, eldest son of late Thiruvallam N. Achyuthan Nair sir and Ishwari Amma teacher, and also the managing director BNB Group of Education Institution, has been instrumental in managing and working each and every education institution inside the campus. I, on behalf of BNB CTE, request Sri Suresh sir to light the lamp and pay respect to the departed soul of N. Achyuthan Nair sir. I request audience to stand up and observe silence to pay homage to our departed founder, Thiruvallam N. Achyuthan Nair sir. I request honorable dignitaries to kindly come up on stage, and I request audience to be seated.
Now, let us pass on to the formal inaugural function. This international conference, titled Teacher Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education, is held in collaboration with the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter. The main objective of the conference is to outline a forward-looking framework for transforming teacher education to meet the evolving demands of the future. As we begin, let us remember that the true wealth of this conference lies not only in the ideas presented, but also in the connections we make, the perspectives we gain, and the memories we create. So, let us engage, let us inspire, and let us learn from each other. Let the conversation begin and the ideas flow. Let us begin this momentous occasion with the prayer seeking divine grace and inspiration. I invite Ms. Lakshmi Gopal to lead us in this inauguration to Almighty.
കാണായ ലോകങ്ങൾ കാക്കുന്ന ദേവാ കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ വിജ്ഞാനദീപം നിറകതിർ ചൂടാൻ നേരിൻ്റെ പാത നയിക്കണമേ നീ ലോകാ സമസ്ത സുഖിനോ ഭവന്തു ഈ മന്ത്രമീ ലോകമെങ്ങും മുഴങ്ങാൻ അറിവിൻ്റെ പൂക്കൾ നിൻ പാദതാരിൽ കാണിക്ക വെച്ചു നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ.
Now I invite our beloved, ever-supportive principal of BNV CTE and the convener of this conference, Dr. S. Lakshmi Ma'am, to welcome this august gathering.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, honorable resource persons of the day, esteemed CTEF members, teacher educators from different institutions, paper presenters of this conference, participants of this international conference, both online and offline, and dear students, a very warm good morning to all of you. I am deeply privileged to welcome you all to this international conference on the theme Teacher Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education held at BNV College of Teacher Education in association with the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter. As we stand at the threshold of a decisive change in the field of teacher education, especially with the advent of Integrated Teacher Education Program or ITEP, I am sure this conference is of utmost importance. This conference is a testament to our commitment to progressive education and our desire to envision a better future for the field of teacher education. I am sure this international conference held here will empower the teaching fraternity, thereby ensuring a progressive and resilient teacher education system by 2030. On that note, let me formally pass on to my task of welcoming each one of you to this inaugural session. We have with us today an eminent personality, a distinguished IAS officer familiar to all of you, to inaugurate this international conference, Dr. Raju Narayanaswamy sir. Dr. Raju Narayanaswamy sir, a distinguished IAS officer, popularly known for his staunch stand against corruption. Truly, I am at a loss of words to introduce Dr. Raju Narayanaswamy sir before this audience because I found it extremely hard to summarize his curriculum vitae, which was very, very lengthy. A biodata of that sort we rarely see nowadays. I am indeed privileged, I am indeed honored to introduce before you such a prodigy who has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, creativity, and above all, aptly called as a common man's leader or the anti-corruption crusader. Dr. Raju Narayanaswamy sir has excelled and topped in his studies both during his school and college days, and he has received many accolades for the same. In 1989, he secured his B.Tech degree from IIT Madras, and he went on to top the civil services examination and later joined the Kerala cadre in 1991. He is also the first ever civil servant to complete all the 10 courses conducted by the National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi. He has 2 doctoral degrees, one from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and the other from Gujarat National Law University. During his illustrious academic and administrative career, he has held several key portfolios. Just to mention a few, he has served as a sub-collector and subjudicial magistrate in 3 subdivisions, and also as a district collector and district magistrate in 5 districts. Currently, he is serving as the Principal Secretary to Government of Kerala. Reading and writing has provided him the much needed creative outlet, and he has went on to publish almost 28 books. Let me highlight the fact that all his books are in Malayalam. I am indeed privileged to introduce you before this audience. Just as I mentioned above, the very brief introduction that I gave you just now about Dr. Raju Narayana Swamy sir is just a tip of the iceberg. He has numerous degrees, diplomas, awards, accomplishments, and fellowships to add to his illustrious throne of knowledge. Without much delay, on behalf of BNV College of Teacher Education, CTEF, and everyone gathered here, I welcome Dr. Raju Narayana Swamy sir to this inaugural session. Welcome, sir. We have with us Dr. M.S. Geeta ma'am presiding over today's function. Dr. Geeta ma'am has retired from service as Principal, Government College of Teacher Education, Thakkad, Trivandrum. She was also the former Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Kerala. Currently, she is the Chairman of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala Chapter. A teacher educator with over 36 years of experience, an excellent orator, a very eminent educationist, a visionary par excellence. These are some of the attributes that I would like to confer on Dr. Geeta ma'am. Right from the inception of this international conference, Dr. Geeta ma'am has been with us, providing us the necessary insights and directions wherever required. She has taken the initiative for the collaboration between BNV CTE and CTEF. Her clarity of vision has enabled us to conceptualize this particular international conference in a very systematic and organized manner. On behalf of BNV CTE, I welcome Dr. M.S. Geeta ma'am to this inaugural session. Welcome, teacher. Sri A. Suresh sir, he is the Managing Director of BNV CTE, and he is also the Managing Director of BNV Group of Educational Institutions. He is the pillar of strength for all of us at BNV CTE. Without his unwavering support, we would not even have dreamt about hosting an international conference of such grandeur. He is undoubtedly the most down-to-earth managing director of all times. He is the greatest strength of motivation and inspiration for all of us at BNV CTE. On account of everyone gathered here, I welcome Sri Suresh sir to this inaugural session. Dr. G. Valsala ma'am is with us here today. She has retired from service as Principal, IASC Thrissur, and she was also the former Principal of BNV College of Teacher Education. A distinguished teacher educator with over 40 years of experience in the field of teacher education, an eminent resource person, a forever constant source of support and guidance for her students, and she is also one of the vice chairpersons of CTEF. During her 14-year-long tenure as the principal of BNV CTE, her contributions to this college has been truly immense. She has always been and will forever be the guiding light for all of us at BNV CTE. With great fondness and utmost respect, I welcome Dr. G. Valsala ma'am to this international conference. Professor Dr. Rajeshwari K. Ma'am, she is the Professor and Head, Center for Research and Development, NVKSD College of Education, Attur, Tamil Nadu, and she is also one of the Vice Chairpersons of CTEF Kerala. Right from my BEd days, I have observed Rajeshwari ma'am as a teacher educator, always with a pleasant smile on her face, an ever-accessible teacher educator, and an excellent organizer. She is a prominent educationist, a good orator, and also an excellent resource person. She has also given us the necessary directions for the smooth conduct of this international conference. On behalf of everyone gathered here, I welcome Professor Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am to this inaugural session. We have with us Dr. Meera Kumari ji. She is the wife of our Managing Director, Sri Suresh sir. She is the Academic Director of BNV CTE and also the Principal of BNV ITE. A person handling so many roles has to be truly special. She has been in the forefront of organizing this international conference. She has been with us delving into each and every minute detail associated with this conference. Her enthusiasm, her energy, her creative outlook, and her inspiration has truly helped us, the BNV faculty, a lot in organizing this conference. With ultimate fondness and respect, I welcome Dr. Meera Kumari ji ma'am to this inaugural session. I also welcome Dr. Suni Kumari PM, Vice Principal, BNV College of Teacher Education, and she is also the coordinator of this international conference. She has taken pains to sort out each and every detail related to this conference, which has made the job easier for all of us at BNV CTE. On account of everyone gathered here, I welcome Dr. Suni Kumari ma'am to this inaugural session. Next, I welcome all the esteemed resource persons for this conference. The heads of institutions, Dr. Janu MS is here. She is the principal of BNV Girls Thiruvallam, and also the teacher educators from different institutions, the paper presenters of this international conference, all the audience who have taken pains to come here in person to attend this conference, the live audience watching this conference via YouTube, and everyone assembled here, I welcome each one of you. My welcome speech is incomplete without mentioning a few lines about my colleagues, the BNV faculty, the DLED faculty, and the teaching and the non-teaching staff. They have worked together as a unit tirelessly for many months, and their preparation is very crucial for the execution of this conference. I, with extreme pride and satisfaction, welcome all my colleagues to this international conference. Last but not the least, my dear students, the youngest batch of BNV CTE, they have just joined this college just about a month ago, but they have been phenomenal. They have been excellent in carrying out each and every duties assigned to them. I welcome each of you to this inaugural session. We have the technical team who is helping us in the conduct of the live sessions. I also welcome them to this session. Again, welcoming each one of you and hoping that your conversations, your ideas, your presentations will contribute to the success of this international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now comes the moment we have been eagerly waiting for so long. I invite our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Raju Narayanaswamy sir, to inaugurate this international conference by lighting the lamp and to deliver the inaugural address.
ബഹുമാനിയായ അധ്യക്ഷ, വേദിയിൽ ഉപവിഷ്ടരായ മറ്റ് മാന്യ വ്യക്തികളെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വിദ്യാർത്ഥിനികളെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നാട്ടുകാരെ, ഇളം തെന്നലിൻ്റെ കുളിരും ഇളം വെയിലിൻ്റെ മാധുര്യവും കൈകോർത്ത് പിടിച്ചു നിൽക്കുന്ന മനോഹരമായ ഈ പ്രഭാത സന്ധ്യയിൽ ആ വിശുദ്ധമാം മുക്തപുഷ്പത്തെ കണ്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ, ആ വിധം പരസ്പരം സ്നേഹിക്കാതിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ എന്ന കവിവചനത്തെ അന്വർത്ഥമാക്കുന്ന ഈ വേളയിൽ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ നഭോമണ്ഡലത്തിലെ ജാജ്വല്യ താരങ്ങൾ അലങ്കരിക്കുന്ന ഈ വേദിയെ അഭിസംബോധന ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിൽ ഞാൻ അക്ഷരാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അഭിമാന വിജൃംഭിതനാണ്. പ്രകൃതി കനിഞ്ഞനുഗ്രഹിച്ച ഒരു ഭൂവിഭാഗമാണ് തിരുവല്ലം. ഈ കുന്നിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നപ്പോൾ പച്ചിലച്ചാർത്തിൻ പഴുതിങ്കലൂട് അതാ കാണുമോ പശ്ചിമാമ്പരത്തിലെ പനിനീർ പൂന്തോട്ടങ്ങൾ. ഇത്രയും സൗന്ദര്യം ഞാൻ നുകരാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് എത്ര നാളായി, എന്നിട്ട് ഇനിയും തീർന്നില്ലല്ലോ എന്ന് കവി പാടിയത് തിരുവല്ലത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണോ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഒരു വട്ടം സംശയിച്ചു പോയി, ശങ്കിച്ചു പോയി, സന്ദേഹിച്ചു പോയി. അതെന്തുമായിക്കൊള്ളട്ടെ, മനുഷ്യനെ മനുഷ്യനാക്കുന്ന മാസ്മരികതയാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. മനുഷ്യനെ മനുഷ്യനാക്കുന്ന മാസ്മര ശക്തിയാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. കൊണ്ടുപോകില്ല ചോരന്മാർ, കൊടുക്കുന്തോറും ഏറിടും, മേന്മ നൽകും മരിച്ചാലും വിദ്യ തന്നെ മഹാധനം. അതിനൊരു കാരണം കൂടുണ്ട്. വിത്തം ധനം എന്തിന് മർത്യന്, വിദ്യ കൈവശമാകുകിൽ വെണ്ണയുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിറനൈ വേറിട്ട് കരുതേണമോ. വിദ്യ വിട്ട് നരന്നാമോ വിശ്വംഭരയിൽ വാഴുവാൻ ആയുധം കയ്യിലില്ലാത്തവൻ അടരാടുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ? ആ ആയുധമാണ് ജീവിതമാകുന്ന യുദ്ധത്തില്, ജീവിത ആയോധനത്തില് വിജയവൈജയന്തി പാറിപ്പറപ്പിക്കുവാൻ ഒരുവനെ സർവാത്മന സുസജ്ജനാക്കുന്ന സുമധുര മന്ത്രമാണ്, മാസ്മര ശക്തിയാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. പക്ഷെ കഷ്ടകരമെന്ന് പറയട്ടെ, ആ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം കേവലം അക്ഷരാഭ്യാസമായി, അക്ഷരജ്ഞാനമായി, അക്കങ്ങളുടെ മായാലോകമായി അധപ്പതിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്ന് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ ധുരന്ധരന്മാരും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ വിചക്ഷണന്മാരും ഒന്നുപോലെ സംശയിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിലൂടെയാണ് നാം കടന്നു പോകുന്നത്. കേവലം തണ്ട് തപ്പികളായ വ്യക്തികളെ അനുസ്യൂതം പുറന്തള്ളുന്ന പുട്ടുകുറ്റിയായി വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം അധപതിച്ചുകൂടാ. തൊഴിലിനോട് അനാദരവ്, പെറ്റ മണ്ണിൻ്റെ മക്കളോട് പുച്ഛവും നീരസവും മാത്രം കൈമുതലായുള്ള നാട്ടിൽ നിവസിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പറ്റം കുട്ടിസായിപ്പന്മാരെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായമല്ല പ്രത്യുത. മണ്ണിനെ സ്നേഹിക്കുന്ന, മണ്ണിൻ്റെ മക്കളെ സ്നേഹിക്കുന്ന, അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി 4 കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന അദമ്യമായ അഭിവാഞ്ചയുള്ള, അഭിനിവേശമുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയെ വാർത്തെടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായമാണ് 2030 നോക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് എന്ന് നിസ്സംശയം പറയുവാൻ ഞാൻ ഈ അവസരം വിനിയോഗിക്കുകയാണ്. മാതൃഭാഷയ്ക്ക് ദാസ്യം നടത്തായിൽ ആധിപത്യത്തിന് അനർഹർ നിങ്ങൾ, ഭക്തിയാ സ്വഭാഷ തൻ കാൽക്കൽ കുനിയായിൽ അത്തല എങ്ങനെ പൊങ്ങി നിൽക്കും ബുദ്ധിമാന്മാരെ, സ്വഭാഷത്തറവാട്ടിൽ സ്വത്ത് വളർത്തുവാൻ യത്നം ചെയ്യുവിൻ. സ്വന്തം നാടിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വിശകലനം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട്, വിശ്ലേഷണം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട്, വിലയിരുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് അതിന് നീതിയുക്തമായ യുക്തിസഹജമായ പരിഹാരമാർഗങ്ങൾ നിർദ്ദേശിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്നാട്ടിലെ അത്തലുള്ളവനും ഭാരം ചുമക്കുന്നവനും അവശനും ആർത്തനും ആലംബഹീനനും അടങ്ങുന്നൊരു ജനവിഭാഗത്തിന് അത്താണിയായി തീരുന്ന ഒരു സമൂഹത്തെ വാർത്തെടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായമാണ് കാലഘട്ടത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യം. ശ്രീ രവിശങ്കറിൻ്റെ പ്രശസ്തമായ ഒരു വചനം എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ചിൽഡ്രൻ ആസ് പാക്ഡ് ഗിഫ്റ്റ്സ്. ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ചിൽഡ്രൻ ആസ് പാക്ഡ് ഗിഫ്റ്റ്സ്. Go beyond the wrapper. Go beyond the wrapper. Every child is a precious gift. Every child is a precious gift. Some boxes may be filled with candies. മധുര പലഹാരങ്ങളായിരിക്കാം അതിനുള്ളിൽ. Some boxes may be filled with firecrackers. But no box is empty. No box is empty. എല്ലാ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളും പ്രതിഭകളാണ്. തെച്ച് മിനുക്കിയാൽ കാന്തിയും മൂല്യവും വാച്ചിടുന്ന വജ്രങ്ങളാണ്, വൈഡൂര്യങ്ങളാണ്, പവിഴങ്ങളാണ്. അവരെ എങ്ങനെ തേച്ചു മിനുക്കുന്നു എന്നതാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ അളവുകോൽ. വാട്ട് സ്കൾപ്ചർ ഈസ് ടു എ ബ്ലോക്ക് ഓഫ് മാർബിൾ, എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഈസ് ടു ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ സോൾ എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. വാട്ട് സ്കൾപ്ചർ ഈസ് ടു എ ബ്ലോക്ക് ഓഫ് മാർബിൾ, എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഈസ് ടു ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ സോൾ. ദ ഫിലോസഫർ, ദ സെയിന്റ്, ദ ഹീറോ. ദ ഫിലോസഫർ, ദ സെയിന്റ്, ദ ഹീറോ. All lie hidden in a plebeian, which only a proper education can disinter and bring to light. വിദ്യാർത്ഥിനികളിൽ അംബീഷൻ വളർത്തുവാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കണം. Ambition is the spur that makes one struggle with destiny എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. Ambition is the spur that makes one struggle with destiny. It is God's own incentive to make purpose great and achievement greater. It is God's own incentive to make purpose great and achievement greater. അംബീഷനുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയെ വാർത്തെടുക്കണം. പഠനം ഒരു തപസ്യയാണ്. ഏതൊരു തപസ്യയും വിജയിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ ആത്മാർത്ഥത ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം, അഭിനിവേശം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. ആത്മാർത്ഥത ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം, അഭിനിവേശം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. ലക്ഷ്യബോധം, ലക്ഷ്യം നേടാനുള്ള പ്രതിബദ്ധത, ആത്മാർത്ഥത, ഏകാഗ്രത, ശ്രദ്ധ ഗുരുവിൻ്റെ വിജയത്തിന് കളമൊരുക്കുന്ന ഘടകങ്ങൾ അവയാണ്. കാകദൃഷ്ടി, ഭഗധ്യാനം, ശ്വാനനിദ്ര തഥൈവച അല്പാഹാരം ജീർണവസ്ത്രം ഏതദ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥി ലക്ഷണം. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഡസ് നോട്ട് ബിഗിൻ വിത്ത് ദ ലേണിംഗ് ഓഫ് ദി ആൽഫബറ്റ് എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഡസ് നോട്ട് ബിഗിൻ വിത്ത് ദ ലേണിംഗ് ഓഫ് ദി ആൽഫബറ്റ്. ഇറ്റ് ബിഗിൻസ് വിത്ത് എ മദേഴ്സ് ലുക്ക്. It begins with a mother's look, a father's nod of approbation, a sister's gentle pressure of the hand, a sister's gentle pressure of the hand, a brother's noble act of forbearance. Literacy is not the end of education, nor even the beginning of it. പാവക്കിടാവെ കിടത്തി കിളിങ്ങിനെ തൂവളച്ചാർത്തോടതിൻ തുടമേൽ അമ്മലർ കയ്യിനാൽ താളം പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മയായി പാടി ഉറക്കുകയും. അതാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. ശ്രീതാക്ഷവാഹന ദാരുപ്രതിമയെ പൂതൂകി പൂജിച്ചതിന് മുന്നിൽ ദീർഘമാം മൈക്കണ്ണ് ചിമ്മി സമാധിയിൽ ഗാർഗിയാം ദേവിയായി മേവുകയും. അതാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഷുഡ് സ്റ്റാൻഡ് ഫോർ ഹ്യൂമാനിസം എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. മനുഷ്യത്വം, ടോളറൻസ്, സഹിഷ്ണുത, അഡ്വഞ്ചർ ഓഫ് ഐഡിയസ്, സെർച്ച് ഫോർ ട്രൂത്ത്. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ഒരു സത്യാന്വേഷണ പരീക്ഷണമാണെങ്കിൽ ആ സത്യാന്വേഷണ പരീക്ഷണത്തിൻ്റെ ലലാട ഫലകത്തിലെ തിലകമാണ്, ശ്രീകോവിലിൽ കൊളുത്തിയ ഭദ്രദീപമാണ് ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. എന്താണ് ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ പ്രഥമവും പ്രധാനവുമായ കർത്തവ്യം? പൈതലിൻ ഭാവം മാറി വദനാംബുജം വാടി കൈതവം കാണാക്കണ്ണ് കണ്ണുനീർത്തടാകമായി മാമ്പഴം പിറക്കുവാൻ ഞാൻ വരുന്നില്ലെന്നവൻ മാൺപറും മലർക്കുല എറിഞ്ഞു വെറും മണ്ണിലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് കവി പറഞ്ഞൊരു സത്യമുണ്ട്. വാക്കുകൾ കൂട്ടിച്ചൊല്ലാൻ വയ്യാത്ത കിടാങ്ങളെ ദീർഘദർശനം ചെയ്യും ദൈവജ്ഞരല്ലോ നിങ്ങൾ. വാക്കുകൾ കൂട്ടിച്ചൊല്ലാൻ വയ്യാത്ത കിടാങ്ങളെ ദീർഘദർശനം ചെയ്യും ദൈവജ്ഞരല്ലോ നിങ്ങൾ. അങ്ങനെ വാക്കുകൾ കൂട്ടിച്ചൊല്ലാൻ വയ്യാത്ത കിടാങ്ങളെ ദീർഘദർശനം ചെയ്യുന്ന ദൈവജ്ഞരാക്കി മാറ്റുന്ന പ്രക്രിയയാണ്, മൂശയാണ് ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. ആ കവിത വായിച്ചാൽ അതിലൊരു ജനറേഷൻ ഗ്യാപ്പിൻ്റെ കാര്യം കൂടെ കവി പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. കുഞ്ഞ് സന്തോഷത്തോടെയാണ് അമ്മയോട് അടുത്ത് വരുന്നത്. അമ്മതൻ മണിക്കുട്ടൻ പൂത്തിരി കത്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മലർ ചെണ്ടം നുടിച്ച് ആഹ്ലാദിച്ചെടുത്തെത്തി. കുഞ്ഞ് ആഹ്ലാദത്തോടെയാണ് വരുന്നത്. മാതാവാണ് ചുടിച്ചത്. ചുടിച്ചു മാതാവപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ണികൾ വിരിഞ്ഞപ്പോ ഒടിച്ചു കളഞ്ഞല്ല കുസൃതിക്കുരുന്നേ നീ. ഇവിടെ ജനറേഷൻ ഗ്യാപ്പാണിത്. എന്നിട്ട് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ അമ്മ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. മാമ്പഴം വീഴുന്നേരം ഓടിച്ചെന്നെടുക്കണ്ടോൻ പൂങ്കുല തല്ലുന്നത് തല്ലുകൊള്ളാഞ്ഞിട്ടല്ലേ. നെറ്റിസൺസ് ആയൊരു തലമുറയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ തലമുറയും എൻ്റെ തലമുറയും നെറ്റ് മൈഗ്രൻസിൻ്റെ തലമുറയാണ്. ആ ജനറേഷൻ ഗ്യാപ്പിനെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായം നേരിടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വെല്ലുവിളികളിലൊന്ന് എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആത്മാർത്ഥമായി വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. സുദീർഘമായ ഒരു ഉദ്ഘാടന പ്രസംഗത്തിന് ഞാൻ മുതിരുന്നില്ല. വേർ ദ മൈൻഡ് ഈസ് വിതൗട്ട് ഫിയർ എന്നാണ് ടാഗോർ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. എവിടെ നിർഭയമാകുന്നു മാനസം, ആൻഡ് ഹെഡ് ഹെൽഡ് ഹൈ. എന്തുകൊണ്ട്? തെറ്റുകൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല എന്ന ഉറച്ച വിശ്വാസം. കുനിഞ്ഞതില്ലി പത്തികൾ കണ്ണ കുലുങ്ങിയില്ലി കരളിന്നും ഓളമടിച്ച് സമുദ്രം പോലെ ഈ കാളന്തി നദി പൊങ്ങുമ്പോൾ. സുഗതകുമാരി ടീച്ചറുടെ കവിതയാണ്. വേർ ദ മൈൻഡ് ഈസ് വിതൗട്ട് ഫിയർ ആൻഡ് ദ ഹെഡ് ഹെൽഡ് ഹൈ, വേർ നോളജ് ഈസ് വിതൗട്ട് ബാരിയേഴ്സ്, വേർ വേർഡ്സ് കം ഔട്ട് ഫ്രം ദ ഡെപ്ത് ഓഫ് ട്രൂത്ത്, വേർ വേർഡ്സ് കം ഔട്ട് ഫ്രം ദ ഡെപ്ത് ഓഫ് ട്രൂത്ത്. ഈശ്വരൻ സത്യമാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ സത്യം ഈശ്വരനാണെന്ന് പറയാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടിരുന്ന ഗാന്ധിജിയുടെ പാതകൾ പിന്തുടരുക. അതാണ് ഗാന്ധി അപ്പൂപ്പൻ. ആരിലും കനിവുള്ളവൻ, കുരുന്നു നുള്ളുവാൻ പോലും കൈവിറയ്ക്കും ദയാമയൻ. എന്നാണ് വേർ വേർഡ്സ് കം ഔട്ട് ഫ്രം ദ ഡെപ്ത് ഓഫ് ട്രൂത്ത്, വേർ ടയർലെസ് സ്ട്രൈവിംഗ് സ്ട്രെച്ചസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് ആംസ് ടുവേർഡ്സ് പെർഫെക്ഷൻ, വേർ ടയർലെസ് സ്ട്രൈവിംഗ് ആണ്, സ്ട്രെച്ചസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് ആംസ് ടുവേർഡ്സ് പെർഫെക്ഷൻ, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way in the dreary desert sand of that habit. To that heaven of freedom, my father, to that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. ആ ഉയർത്തെണീപ്പാണ്, ആ ഉണർത്ത് പാട്ടാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. ആ പ്രക്രിയയ്ക്കുള്ള രാസത്വരകമാണ്, ആ പ്രക്രിയയെ സജീവമാക്കുന്ന മൃതസഞ്ജീവനി മന്ത്രമാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. ഈ സത്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിഭയ്ക്ക് ചിറക് വിടർത്തി വാനോളം പറക്കുവാൻ, വനമേ ഗഗനമേ വ്യോമമേ സുരസിദ്ധ സ്ഥാനമേ വിഹായസ്സേ നഭസ്സേ നമസ്കാരം, ചന്ദ്രാർക്കരാഗം വെൺ ചന്താമര പൂക്കളും സുന്ദര താരങ്ങളാം നൈതലാമ്പലുകളും വിരിഞ്ഞു പൊന്തും മഹാവിസ്തീർണ തടാകം നീ, ഗരുഡ തങ്കക്കപ്പൽ ചരിക്കും സമുദ്രം നീ എന്ന കവിവചനത്തെ അന്വർത്ഥമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിഭയ്ക്ക് ചിറക് വിടർത്തി നീലവിഹായസിൽ സ്വച്ഛന്തം പാറിപ്പറക്കുവാനുള്ളൊരു റോഡ് മാപ്പ് സൃഷ്ടിക്കുവാൻ, അതിലുള്ള വഴി തെളിക്കുവാൻ, ആ വഴി തെളിക്കുവാൻ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിന് കഴിയുവാൻ ഇടയാകുമാറാകട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഗഗനകൂടാരം തുറന്നു നീ നോക്കുകൊന്ന് അകലെയെങ്ങാനും പ്രകാശമുണ്ടോ. ആ പ്രകാശമാണ് വിജ്ഞാനം. ഗഗനകൂടാരം തുറന്നു നീ നോക്കുക, ഒന്ന് അകലെയെങ്ങാനും പ്രകാശമുണ്ടോ. ചെന്നപാരതയുടെ കൈകളിൽ പിടിക്കുവാൻ എന്നപ്പോൾ സമാന്തരം പായുന്ന പാളങ്ങളെ, റെയിൽ പാളങ്ങളാണ്. പുലരിക്കതിർ വന്ന് മുന്നമേ പരത്തുന്ന പുതിയ വെളിച്ചമീ ഞങ്ങളിൽ പകരുന്നു. ആ വെളിച്ചം തലമുറകളിൽ നിന്ന് തലമുറകളിലേക്ക് പകരുവാനുള്ള ഒരു തേജോ ബീജമായി, ഒരു തേജോ ഗോളമായി ഈ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ് തീരുവാൻ ഇടയാകുമാറാകട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്നിൽ അർപ്പിതമായ കർത്തവ്യം നിർവഹിച്ചതായി വിനയത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഷയിൽ ഈശ്വരനാമത്തിൽ പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir, for those thought-provoking, wonderful speech. We are extremely honored to have these esteemed dignitaries on the stage for this auspicious occasion. May I now invite our Managing Director, Sri Suresh sir, to honor our chief guest, Dr. Raju Narayana Swami sir, as a token of love from BNB CTE. And may I invite Dr. Raju Narayana Swami sir to receive the honors. Now, I invite Dr. M.S. Geeta ma'am, former Dean Faculty of Education, University of Kerala and Chairman, CTEF Kerala Chapter, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, all of you. Esteemed Principal Secretary to Government, Dr. Raju Narayana Swami, the Manager of the College, Srimati Ishri Amma Teacher, the Managing Director, Dr. A. Suresh, Sri A. Suresh, Academic Director, Dr. Meera, College Principal and General Convener, Dr. Lakshmi, Coordinator of the conference, Dr. Suni Kumari, other dignitaries on the dais, Dr. G. Valsila, Professor K. Rajeshwari, theme paper presenters, and delegates and student teachers. You have been listening to a very thrilling speech of the inaugurator, Dr. Raju Narayana Swami, and I congratulate and appreciate the management of BNB College of Teacher Education for inviting him as the inaugurator, and you have made the right choice, the ideal choice for inaugurating this international conference. Thank you so much. I am honored to be here as the chairman of this function, this inaugural function, that is the international conference organized by BNB College of Teacher Education in collaboration with Council for Teacher Education Foundation. I appreciate the management and also the principal of the college, convener, and the organizing committee team for taking up this international conference in collaboration with one of the prominent teacher education organizations in Kerala, also in India, the CTEF, Council for Teacher Education Foundation. Usually, it is noticed that the self-financing colleges of the country or self-financing colleges of the state are shy away from hosting such conferences and seminars. Why it is holding back? They are holding back. Is it a risk aversion, or is it because of the lack of resources, or is it a dearth of vision? But BNB College of Teacher Education, Thiruvallam, is now proving that they can hold an international seminar on teacher education at the rate 2030. It is a bold step taken by BNB College of Teacher Education, and kudos to this college authorities. I can speak something about, firstly, I think I can discuss the theme of the conference, that is Teacher Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education. It is a clarion call to all the visionaries and change makers so as to revolutionize teacher education. You call to join and create a roadmap for progressive, inclusive, and inspiring educational landscape for teacher education. it is an inspiring thought, or it is an inspiring thinking that the teacher education, it highlights the crucial role of teacher education in shaping the future of education. So, a very apt title for the theme, the conference theme they have chosen for this conference. And I think I can discuss three main aspects of education or about teachers or teacher education. The first thing is the status of teachers in our country. And second is the status of teacher education in our country. And the third is what is going to happen before 2030 and after 2030, or at the rate of 2030, what is going to happen in teacher education field. The first thing is what is happening now, the current status of teachers in Kerala and also in our country. Teachers are recognized as the backbone of the society, and they are playing a role in shaping the younger minds and also future generations. They have, or they are entrusted with the capacities, or they are entrusted with the responsibilities of shaping the future generation. But at times they are facing certain challenges. They are always undervalued or underappreciated with their contribution, and also their work or their expertise is often overlooked or taken for granted. In teacher education field, the teachers are struggling with their workload, and they have less resources. Sir. Okay, sir, thank you. Okay, sit down, please. So I am discussing the teachers' status nowadays. And they are facing a lot of challenges nowadays. That is, many teachers struggle with their overworkload, and also they have less resources, and also the supportive network they are lacking. They have no support from the management and also from the family side. And so this leads to burnout or demotivation. And further, the teachers are undervalued and underappreciated, as I have already said. Then, teaching profession is often characterized by lack of autonomy and decision-making powers. They are subject to rigid curricula and also standardized testing and bureaucratic red tape. This can stifle their creativity, innovation, and also the ability to adapt different conditions, different changing circumstances. And additionally, teachers' compensation and benefits are inadequate. The teacher educators and self-financing colleges, the aided colleges and government colleges, they are drawing UGC scale, but in self-financing colleges, they have inadequate pay and allowances. And the teachers have no job satisfaction because of this lower pay and allowances, and they are moving to the foreign countries seeking lucrative careers. And despite all these challenges, some teachers are motivating, inspiring, and empowering the students. And they are often going above and beyond. Most of the teachers appointed freshly in colleges, especially in self-financing colleges, they are not getting the proper in-service training opportunities. Because the management is thinking that if they have gone for in-service facilities, in-service training opportunities, the classes in the college will suffer because of the absence of the proper teachers in the classroom. These are some of the challenges the teachers are facing now. Teacher educators are facing now. And the second thing is the current status of teacher education in the state. You know, the teacher education is at crossroads now. After the release of NEP 2020, the policy demanded the ITEF program for the country, in integrated teacher education program for the country. And they also demand that all the teacher education colleges are to be linked to multidisciplinary colleges or multidisciplinary setting. And the 4-year course, that is BSc B.Ed, BA B.Ed and BCom B.Ed, and the students have to undergone this 4-year course in order to have a B.Ed degree. And the teachers as well as the management of all the colleges, including government aided and self-financing colleges of teacher education, they are at a dilemma. Because most of the teacher education colleges in the state are stand-alone colleges. And the policy demand that stand-alone colleges are to be abolished and they have to connect with the multidisciplinary college setting nearby. How it can be introduced in Kerala state or in our country for those institutions who are not having this multidisciplinary setting. Can we close this standalone colleges? Or can we move to multidisciplinary setting within a short time? No, it is not possible. In Kerala and in India also, the central universities and some IITs have started up these 4-year courses. In Kerala also, in Kasaragod Central University, these 4-year programs have been started. And in IITs, IIT Kozhikode and NIT Kozhikode is also, they have also started this 4-year program. And Kerala government is not at all giving a full green signal to this course even now. They have formulated a committee, they have formulated a commission to study the status of teacher education in our country, whether this 4-year courses we can start this 4-year course within 2 years in 2026 onwards. They are studying, the committee is studying by conducting certain seminars and meetings with the teacher educators and the board members of different colleges, different universities. And that is the second dilemma, teacher education, in the teacher education field. And third, I am going to discuss what is happening by 2030. It is based on certain predictions, based on some researches on current trends in teacher education. That is, teacher education will likely to focus on personalized learning. That is, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and STEM education and STEAM education. That is, learning sciences to tailor education to individual students' needs. So, personalized learning, that is happening in some of the universities even now. Personalized learning, they are using artificial intelligence and data analytics. And STEM education and STEAM education are also going to be introduced in certain universities in India shortly. And teacher education will shift towards competency-based progression. That is, emphasizing the skills and knowledge rather than credit hours. That is, the teachers are appointed, teacher educators are going to be appointed only after testing their competencies and abilities. And then the teacher will earn micro credentials. They are going to earn micro credentials. Micro credentials means bite-sized specialized certification or badges to demonstrate their mastery over specific skills or competencies. So they have to earn micro credentials within 5 or 6 years. By 2030, all the teachers will earn micro credentials. And also they will embrace, teacher education institutions will embrace interdisciplinary approaches, integrating multiple subjects and emphasizing connections between them. And also, all the institutions are culturally responsive. It should become culturally responsive and recognize the equity, diversity and inclusion criteria. And 1 or 2 more sentences. And continuous professional development is necessary for teachers, and teacher education will prioritize complete well-being of teachers. That is, recognizing the importance of self-care and mental health. Because of the overload of work, most of the teachers, about 40% of the teachers teaching in the country, their mental health status is decreasing. They are not coping with the different circumstances in the classrooms, in the colleges, in the institutions. And so, the future of teacher education will be shaped by ongoing innovations, research and policy developments. Only by elevating the status of teachers and teacher education, and only by allowing the teachers to face all these challenges boldly, we can clarify a clear roadmap for achieving the 2030 goals. I am stopping my presidential address. Thank you for the organizers, and thank you very much for the principal and also the management for giving me this slot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those wonderful insights. It is with a deep sense of pride that I welcome you all to this momentous occasion, which marks the beginning of a new chapter for BNB CTE as it enters into a collaboration with the esteemed organization Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter. I am very much delighted to inform you all that BNB CTE is signing a Memorandum of Understanding with CTEF, Kerala chapter. Today, as we gather to witness the signing of the MOU between these two esteemed institutions, I invite Professor Dr. Rajeshwari Ma'am, Professor and Head, Center for Research and Development, NVKSD College of Education, Attur, Tamil Nadu, and Vice Chairperson, CTEF Kerala, to initiate the proceedings for signing the MOU.
A warm good morning to all. Most respected dignitaries on the dais, principal of the college, coordinators of this international conference, faculty members of the college, all, most probably my dear students, and the dearest students of this college and all other delegates from the all other delegates. A warm good morning to all. And again, now we are going to witness a significant milestone in the collaboration between BNV College of Teacher Education and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter. So, regarding, I think that I haven't heard anything detailing about Council for Teacher Education Foundation, so only one sentence based on Teacher Education Council for Teacher Education Foundation, that is a Teacher Education Foundation Kerala chapter. It was founded in 2001 under the dynamic leadership of Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai sir. This organization, it mainly aims to foster creativity, critical thinking, research skills, and mainly to empower all the teachers, teacher educators, as well as the stakeholders under teacher education. And as a part of that, recently Kerala chapter has introduced signing of MOUs with different institutions. So, the major purpose of this signing is, signing of MOU means a memorandum of understanding that will outline the terms and conditions of our partnership. Our partnership means partnership here, it is the partnership between Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State Chapter, and BNB College of Teacher Education. So, I invite the chairperson of CTEF Kerala, Dr. M.S. Geetha teacher, and Sri A. Suresh sir, the managing director of BNB Group of Institution, for signing of MOU. And I also invite the principal of the college to sign the MOU. And also I invite the most prestigious principal of this college, she was the principal, and Dr. G. Valsala to sign the MOU. So today we have witnessed a very important moment as BNB College of Teacher Education and CTEF Kerala have formalized their partnership through the signing of MOU. Now I invite the chairman, BNB Group of Institution, Sri A. Suresh, to receive the MOU from Dr. M.S. Geeta, teacher, chairperson, CTEF Kerala. Please give. And also invite the principal of the college, Dr. Lakshmi A., to receive the certificate from the chairman, CTEF Kerala. And also institutional life membership from this institution is a life member of CTEF Kerala. So now the very important event is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Now I invite Dr. Meera Kumari ma'am, Academic Director, BNBCT, to honor our esteemed CTEF members as a token of appreciation from BNBCT. I invite Dr. M.S. Geeta ma'am to please come forward and receive the honors. Now I invite Dr. G. Valsala ma'am to come forward and receive the honors. Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am, please come forward to receive the honors. Now I invite Dr. G. Valsala ma'am, retired principal IASC Thrissur and former principal BNVCT for the special address.
So good morning to one and all. Again, I am fortunate to be on this stage with all of you. Dr. M.S. Geeta, who is presiding over the function, Srimati Ishwariyamma teacher, chairperson BNV Trust, I think ma'am may be online. Then managing director, Sri A. Suresh, academic director, Dr. Meera Kumari, the principal, Dr. S. Lakshmi, Dr. Rajeshwari, my close friends, and the former principal, Government Training College, Government College of Teacher Education, Thiruvallam, and Dr. Sunil, coordinator of the session, and all the faculty members, all the delegates, and dear friends. This is a moment of pride for BNB College of Teacher Education, and this is a memorable moment for all of us. This college is an excellent example for a public-private partnership, and the college is expanding its horizon, and the aim is to make this institution to a center of excellence in teacher education. So I think we have to organize. We means I myself consider I am a part of this college now also. So we have to organize a lot of incredible programs with so much potential so as to equip ourselves and the teacher educators as a whole. So this conference is also, this international conference, I think it is conducting after a span of 16 or 17 years. I couldn't get an opportunity to organize such a seminar. So this seminar is such an occasion. And Dr. Lakshmi, I have to congratulate Dr. Lakshmi also for this. Not only Dr. Lakshmi, the management, the principal, the staff, and all the students. Staff means teaching and non-teaching staff. I appreciate and I congratulate all those people who are behind this seminar, this international seminar, and this seminar is going to be a great success. So, teacher education, as Dr. Geeta said, it is always at crossroads. Challenges facing teacher education are many and varied. And the pace of challenge is not going to slow down. It is only increasing. And now, teacher education is at a turning point. The new education, and it is said that this course is very flexible. Sometimes there may be so many merits, and so also there are so many limitations also. And the merit is saying it is very much flexible, so that a student can exit at any time. There are so many exit points. And it is said that there are entry points also. Last week there was in the newspaper that a student who has undergone the 3 years degree course can join the integrated course at the end of, beginning of 4th year. So entrance is also possible, not exit. Exit means after 1 year they will get a certificate. After 2 years they will get a diploma. So there are certificate courses there, diploma courses there. So after completing first year, the students will get a certificate. If they want, they can exit. And after second year, they will get a diploma. And after third year, they will get a degree, just like our degree, they will get a degree. And the fourth year, after completing the fourth year, they will get an honors degree. And during that fourth year, they can do a very rigorous research also. If they want, they can do a rigorous research. That is an important thing. And they can do PhD after this period, after passing NET. After scoring NET exam is also now also there. After scoring NET, they can do the PhD also. So that is the advantage. There may be so many advantages that we have to, disadvantages or limitations that we have to find out after this course. What is the outcome of the course? We have to find out. Now it is the outcome based teaching. നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നതിന് അങ്ങനെയാണ്. മറ്റേ formerly it was objective based teaching, but now it is transformed to outcome based teaching learning process. So we have to find out what is the outcome of this course. We were very fortunate, or in 2013, NCTE requested us to start this 4-year integrated course. And they requested us to follow the RIE Mysore, Regional Institute of Education Mysore. At Mysore, there was BA Ed and BSc Ed at that time. 4-year course, 2013. 2013, NCTE requested, but before that, RIE Mysore has these courses. And we were fortunate to have training in RIE Mysore in 3 consecutive years. I myself and Dr. Geeta, MS Geeta, we were there in 3 consecutive years in 2004, 5, 6, etc. for attending a training course in computer training. At that time, there was only BA B.Ed course, and they have stopped BSc B.Ed course after finding out that it is not feasible in such training colleges. RIE Mysore, it is very, Dr. Sunil was a student of RIE Mysore. It was such an institution. We have only 4 institutes, such institutes in India, and the nearby is Mysore. Infrastructure, very good infrastructure, very good faculty members. Even then, they found it difficult to conduct BSc B.Ed course. So at that time, when we were undergoing the training there, and the faculty members told us that they have stopped BSc B.Ed or BSc Ed. They say BA Ed and BSc Ed course, and they have stopped it. So why they have stopped? Only because it is not feasible in our training colleges. BSc Ed, because so many BSc Ed means laboratory facilities are there. So due to lack of this, I think that may be the reason. Only BA B.Ed, but now this, according to NEP 2020, they are starting. They have just started the BSc Ed, the BSc B.Ed, I think, and BA B.Ed. It is BSc Ed, BA Ed. It is not like that. It is BSc B.Ed and BA B.Ed courses. They have now just started. And this is the condition that is going on in our colleges. So here they have formulated some objectives, and the first objective itself is to envision the future of teacher education in the context of NEP 2020. So this is to be found. We have to receive the output. We have to think about that. How can our colleges, we have government colleges, aided colleges and unaided colleges. So how can we move forward? What will be the end result? So we have to think about that. And another one is to conceptualize a framework for teacher education that aligns with integrated teacher education program. So we have to framework, we want a framework for that. 2 weeks back, CTEF has conducted an online workshop or an online seminar in collaboration with the Marthiophilis Training College to give awareness about this ITEP. ITEP means Integrated Teacher Education Program to our teacher educators. And I think more than 500 teacher educators, not teachers, but teacher educators. I think the students may know the difference between teachers and teacher educators. And more than 500 teacher educators, they attended the program. And she was very pioneer. Dr. MS Geeta was very pioneer in conducting it. And the aim is to give awareness to the teacher educators. And now we have got an awareness about what is ITEP. So now this is the time to find out, to conceptualize a framework for this. I also told her immediately after that session, I told her we have to find out, we have to plan how to conduct this course. Yes, we have got the awareness. How can we conduct? In 2030, we have to conduct all these colleges. NCTE insists that that is the importance of 2030. Before 2030, we have to start all these courses. So how will we start? And I have to suggest, there may be so many deliberations going on in this regard, in this seminar, in this international conference, and they may suggest so many structures, I think like that. But I can suggest 3 structures. One is by adding a department to the College of Teacher Education. By adding a department, that is department is Education department. Just like botany department, history department, politics, there are so many departments in our arts and science colleges, and they can add a new department or another department, that is the education department. There will be the head, just like Dr. Lakshmi, no principal there. The principal will, for example, I say the government arts college and the government college of teacher education, both are in the same compound. One day in another meeting I said, if we break the wall in between the government college of teacher education and the arts college, then the college will be one. Principal post will be lost. There will not be any principal for the government training college. The principal will be the principal of the arts college. I think it is very easy to conduct. Then if all the arts and science colleges will start such departments, we will get more and more appointments. Those who have PhDs, we have so many MD students with PhDs, they will get a job. That is one structure. It is very feasible. No much amount is needed. Then vacancies will be high. And the second one is just like these standalone colleges. This is a standalone college. We have no arts and science college. So we can start arts and science degree courses here, just like history, politics, economics, even science subjects, if you have such an infrastructure. If the management is ready to spend some money, we can start such courses also. And the third one is we can collaborate with other arts and science colleges. That means this college can collaborate with NSS training college, the nearby NSS training college. We have to arrange the timetable. We have to arrange our teachers. And the 4th year, I suggest another one is, at 4th year, all the students who opt teacher education can be in our college, in training colleges. That means they can undergo training. They can undergo teaching practice. And our teachers are very brilliant in assessing them. So they can be in the 4th year, they can be in our training colleges. So we can adjust like this. So these are the 3 suggestions I have to say. And the other one is some innovative pedagogical practices. These are their objectives, innovative pedagogical practices. And we very well know that we cannot move forward any further into the 21st century with the present day methods and methodologies. So we have to find out so many innovative practices, and our departments, our research centers, there are so many students doing research in this regard, and we will today also we will get so many papers presenting like this, and for this innovative approach, innovative techniques, methodologies, etc. Then another one is empowering teachers to promote competency in computer training, digital competency. That's also very essential. I myself quit from the post. Nobody asked me to quit, even the university or the management. Nobody asked me to quit from the post of the principal, but I myself, I wanted to move from the post because of this illiteracy. I am not very much literate in this computer applications, so I think Dr. Lakshmi will be, the youngsters are more brilliant. So I quitted myself. So we want teachers and teacher educators who are very proficient in computer training. So that means our children are very proficient. They are born in this digital world. Our children are born in this digital world. But we are the immigrants. That's the difference. Then the last one, international collaboration. International collaboration with the teacher educators. Here I am not seeing much teacher educators, but I am expecting our teacher educators here. And this is a union of teacher educators. This type of seminars, it will help us to discuss ourselves. So there will be a collaboration. We can see each other, we can discuss, we can explore things, we can discuss all these things. So I expect more teacher educators today and tomorrow. Sometimes they may be on online, etc. And I hope BNV also can launch a new culture and teacher training, keeping in mind the advancements taking place all over the world. And I wish the college, I wish this program, and I wish the college all success in all its sublime endeavors. And I am very happy to be here. And the seminar, Dr. Lakshmi, you are very much blessed to have our most brilliant IAS officer, Dr. Raju Narayana Swami, on this stage. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Rajeshwari K. ma'am, Professor and Head, Center for Research and Development, NVKSD College of Education, Attur, and Vice Chairperson, CTEF Kerala, to deliver the felicitation speech.
Once again, distinguished dignitaries, my dear teachers and dear students, and it is indeed a privilege to be here today at this pivotal international seminar, Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for teacher education. The theme of this seminar actually resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the realm of education as well as teacher education. The future of education, I will take only I will take only 5 minutes, because you are my dear students, so being a teacher, educator or teacher, I do want to convey only 2-3 sentences. Only, not sentences, one message. Then as you know, the future of education, it is poised for a significant transformation driven by mainly 3 key factors. Many key factors already cited by Dr. M.S. the teacher in her keynote address, but the major one is that self-guided learning. I do want to emphasize that self-guided learning. Now, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം വളരെ പുതിയ കുട്ടികളായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത് self-guided. ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിങ്ങനെ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കും. Self-guided learning, self-directed learning, self-regulated learning. You know, now we are actually approaching or adopting that particular type of learning. You are not familiar with that, but you have to be familiar with such types of learning strategies, learning methods, etc. And then personalization of courses. That is very important, because we are actually approaching 2030. The seminar title itself reflects that. By 2030, you know, there will be a variety of personalized courses. ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ആർട്സ് ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് കോളേജസ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. The flexibility, you know, you are going to enjoy much freedom and flexibility in selecting many courses. So that one, personalization of courses, അതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ ഓർത്ത് വെക്കേണ്ട ടേംസ് ആണ് ഇനി മുതൽ. Then the last one, the lifelong learning. As teachers, always be a lifelong learning, otherwise you cannot survive at all. That is another factor. Then these 3 trends are converging to create new educational landscape where learners have greater autonomy, flexibility and control over their education. Are you ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടോ? ചിന്തിക്കൂ, പക്ഷേ ഇതെല്ലാം വരാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. Then institutions that can successfully embrace these trends only will be well positioned to thrive in the future. That is again another thing. The other key factors or additional considerations include micro-credentials, social learning, then digital transformation, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches, global citizenship, all these are there. So, as we stand on the cusp of new decades, it is imperative that we reimagine and reinvent our approach to teacher education. Now you are teacher education students. Teachers are the architects, and their preparation and development, they are crucial. Crucial for what? Crucial for ensuring that our students are equipped with the skills, knowledge, and competencies they need to thrive in an over and ever changing world. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for organizing such a very wonderful international seminar based on the theme 2030, that is the education at 2030, that is very important, and again in a very well organized manner. So let us embrace this opportunity to explore new frontiers in education, teacher education, in order to challenge the status of teachers and to create a future where every child has access to a quality education and empowers them to reach their full potential. So that is also very important. And you know, we have the Balsala teacher, she has mentioned about ITEP, also the keynote, in the keynote address also you heard about ITEP, Integrated Teacher Education Program. ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ അതും ഇങ്ങനെ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കും. What is the purpose of introducing ITEP? That is for ensuring quality. In NEP 2020, you have seen, you will see, ഇതുവരെയും കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല, ഇനിയും കാണും. NEP 2020 എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മളൊരു ബൈബിൾ പോലെ ഇനി അതെല്ലാം നിങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കും. അത് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിനകത്ത് വരുന്ന ഒരു ഗ്രേറ്റ് ഇന്നവേഷനാണ് ITEP, ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ 4-year കോഴ്സ്. വത്സല ടീച്ചർ അത് സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദി പർപ്പസ് ഓഫ് ദാറ്റ്? അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു ബീയിങ് എ ഫിസിക്കൽ സയൻസ് ടീച്ചർ ആൻഡ് കെമിസ്ട്രി മെയിൻ, ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് there are different modes of classifications for teachers. We can classify one mode of classification of that. I am going to, not illustrating, I am going to tell you. That is, that I am classifying teachers into 3. Among these 3 classifications, one type of teachers are there who are competent, highly competent. ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ ഈ BEd ന്ന് ഒരുപാട് കോമ്പിറ്റൻസീസ് ഒക്കെ പഠിക്കുവാണ്. ആ കോമ്പിറ്റൻറ്റ് ബട്ട് ദോസ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് വിത്തൗട്ട് കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. സോ വൺ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വിത്ത് കോമ്പിറ്റൻസ് വിത്തൗട്ട് കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. ദെൻ സെക്കൻഡ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഈസ് ദെയർ, കോമ്പിറ്റൻസി, നോ കോമ്പിറ്റൻസി ഓർ ലെസ് കോമ്പിറ്റൻസി, ലെസ് കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. നമുക്ക് നോന്നും പറയാം, പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് നോന്ന് പറയണ്ട. ലെസ് കോമ്പിറ്റൻറ്റ്, ലെസ് കമ്മിറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. Another group of teachers are there, they are having high competency and high commitment. What type of teachers or what class of teachers do you like or do you want to become? The third one, competent, committed teachers. If we are able to mold competent, committed teachers, then you think about the future of our nation, because teachers are architects of our nation. So as a part of that, NEP has introduced such type of program and ITEP, and so let us hope the best. And once again, I thank you everybody, especially the organizers and management, for organizing this wonderful event. I wish you all a continued success in your endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. As we reach the end of inaugural session, may I invite Dr. Sunikumari ma'am Vice Principal BNVCT, and the Conference Coordinator to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, participants from institutions across the world, and esteemed colleagues and dear students, a warm and pleasant good morning to all present here and those joining us online. As we conclude the inaugural ceremony of the International Conference on Teacher Education at 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education, I am filled with immense gratitude and a deep sense of accomplishment. This conference has successfully brought together brilliant minds, dedicated professionals, and enthusiastic students, all united by a shared vision for the future of teacher education. I feel honored and privileged to deliver vote of thanks to all who have contributed for making this momentous occasion a success, and particularly I am grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Raju Narayana Swamy, sir, and with I extend on behalf of BNVCT, CTEF, and all the delegates of the conference, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Raju Narayana Swamy, sir, for his presence and for inspiring words at the inaugural session. We are also privileged to have Dr. M.S. Geetha, former Dean, Kerala, Faculty of Education, Kerala University, for presiding over this inaugural function. Your inspiring words have blessed us, and your support in collaborating with the BNB College of Teacher Education has been invaluable. The signing of the MOU between CTEF and BNB College of Teacher Education marks a significant milestone, and we are sincerely grateful for you, ma'am, for your valuable guidance. We are fortunate to have the continued support of Sri Suresh sir, Managing Director, BNB Group of Educational Institutions, and his wife, Dr. Meera Kumari ma'am, Academic Director, BNB CTE, and we are deeply grateful for all that you do for the successful execution of the function. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our beloved principal and convener of the conference, Dr. Lashmi ma'am. We are deeply grateful for your tireless effort, timely guidance, and valuable contributions. Thank you. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of Dr. G. Balsala ma'am, our former principal and vice chairperson of CTEF. Ma'am, your inspirational talk on the future of teacher education has provided us with profound insights, particularly in line with the vision of NEP 2020. We are truly grateful for sharing your wisdom with us, ma'am. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to Professor Rajeshri ma'am, Vice Chairperson of CTEF and former Principal of Government College of Teacher Education. Ma'am, your gracious felicitation and words of encouragement will resonate with us throughout the conference and beyond. The success of this conference due to the enthusiastic and receptive participants from both abroad and across India. This gathering brings together nearly 115 participants, including those who have joined virtually. To all the teacher educators, teachers, CTF members, the research scholars, M.Ed and B.Ed students from various institutions, we thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment. Thank you all. I extend my deepest gratitude to the entire organizing committee of the conference, teaching staff, non-teaching staff, then students, volunteers, and teaching staff of BNB TTI for their dedication and hard work in ensuring the smooth execution of this function. A special thanks to the technical team for making this event a success. Thank you. Once again, thank you all for your valuable contributions. We look forward for a fruitful and enriching conference ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the inaugural session of this conference. The next session is Keynote Address by Professor Dr. Thiruvallam Karmaka, ma'am, which will begin shortly. Now we have the tea break. I request all the participants to have refreshments, which is arranged in the second floor. Please join us immediately after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. We are about to begin one of the most anticipated sessions of our conference, the Keynote Address. For this session, we have with us today an eminent resource person, Professor Dr. Thiruvallam Karmaka, Director and Professor at the Institute of Modern Languages, Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She is the founding director of the Institute of Modern Languages of Jagannath University. She is also the first director of the Center for English Language of Jagannath University. Currently, she is working as the first house tutor of the first residential hall of Jagannath University. Her research interests include youth development skills and education, English language teaching and learning, life and literature, short story writing for children, and many more. Recently, she has been awarded with the International Erudite Scholar 2022 by CTEF India and the Women Researcher Award by the International Scientist Award Society of VD Good India. She is an avid learner in her arena and continues unceasing research, especially on the approaches and method of language teaching and learning. Our keynote today will help to explore the various aspects of teaching for sustainable development. It's our privilege to hear from an eminent speaker who has been at the forefront of these developments. Professor Dr. Thiruvallam will lead us with the insights in the topic, Role of Effective Teaching in Attaining Sustainable Development in Higher Education. Once again, I welcome Thiruvallam ma'am and all those present here to this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Feeling immensely pleased to be here today. Thank you. Feeling happy to see your faces. Thank you. Let me share my screen actually. Is the screen visible to you? Just let me know whether the screen is okay with you. Yes. Today, I would like to start my topic on the role of effective teaching in attaining sustainable development of higher education. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to BNV College of Teacher Education and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, as well as for all of you, the audience, for inviting me here at this international conference on teacher education at the rate 2030, a visionary roadmap for progressive education. Today, I would like to talk on the role of effective teaching in attaining sustainable
Excuse me, ma'am. One second.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
that PPT is not visible.
Okay, let me see.
Are you sharing?
Yes, I'm sharing the PPT, but why is it not visible? Okay. Okay, I get you. Is it visible?
Yeah, ma'am. Now it is visible. Thank you.
Okay, so I told you that I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. And today I would like to talk on role of effective teaching in attaining sustainable development of higher education. And already know about my designation. I have been teaching for more than 19 years at Jagannath University, which is a public university and very old university in Dhaka city. But here we teach English, and besides we have education department. And in today's topic, I will focus on some researches on my recent research work. I would like to give some ideas about my country also, because as neighboring countries, we have been sharing some problems, same problems with few suggestions. So, what are the things that you would like to talk about? Like introduction, basically, I have to talk about the effective teaching in higher education and sustainable development, mainly goal and link of teaching with the development, and how it's related with sustainable development goals. What are the focuses and suggestions? Actually, you know that in life, why are we here? We all are here for learning. Anyone who stops learning is old, and whether at 20 or 80, or anyone who keeps on learning is young or evergreen. That is, learning is like that. If you would like to take life, you would like to take this life for lifelong. If you would like to discover beauty in nature, beauty in human being, beauty in other things, if you would like to explore more, you need learning, and that learning is lifelong learning. So, does it mean that we have to pursue higher studies for lifelong? I think not. We don't need to pursue higher studies for lifelong, but we should not stop our urge to pursue higher studies for lifelong. That means we should be ready to learn any new things anytime. Effective teaching is like that. What gives us a drive, that motivation to learn more, to learn or to continue learning for lifelong. It is concerned with sustainable outcomes of learning and teaching. It encompasses prompt growth and progress in every arena, and hence the primary focus of effective learning remains on students' attendance on sustainable educational outcomes, both of students, both of personal and social as well as professional growth. So here lies that if it's personal, social, as well as for professional growth, it should be for, high quality teaching. And there should be relevant higher education as the root of our global strength. So we are thinking of high quality education. Just let me check whether the sound is vibrating. Just a minute. Is the meet is going on? Yes. Am I really audible to you? Is the voice is vibrating to you? No. Okay.
Ma'am, it's audible.
Okay, thank you. I'm continuing. All right. So, what the thing I was talking about, that you have to think beyond the lens. like the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, is designed to improve people's lives through high quality education. What is high quality education? That I need to focus. That is, you have to look beyond the lanes, beyond the glasses. We think that high quality education, like earlier, we thought that our parents and their grandparents, that when you will get masters, PhD, oh my God, you are high quality educated person. You have lots of certificates and you have got your high quality education. No, high quality education doesn't mean that. To me, actually, I believe that high quality education doesn't mean that you are accumulating certificates after certificates. High quality education to me is different. I believe that Francis Bacon, who told that English philosopher and statesman, advocated new approach of acquiring knowledge by his famous
Excuse
quote,
me, ma'am.
knowledge. Yes.
PPT is not visible now.
Okay. Actually, some techno problem I have been noticing. It is not visible. Okay, sorry. Just a minute. Sorry. PPT is not visible now. Okay, give me some time.
Ma'am, PPT is not visible, but you can continue.
No problem. I'm just trying to actually in here. Sorry, give me some time. But it was visible earlier. Is it visible now? No.
No, ma'am.
I had given you. Can you on top of me?
Yes, now it's visible, ma'am.
Okay. I was in the, sorry for the inconvenience. I was in the slide, actually, and I was talking about that. To me, higher studies and higher education is different, because I believe that higher education doesn't mean any time. To me, it doesn't mean that you are accumulating lot of certificates. That means the education what will give you power, the knowledge what will give you power. Here also lies the different notion, because what do you mean by the power? Is it the power of sword or position? Is it the power of your vocal power, that you will humiliate your colleague or humiliate your teachers? Is it the power that you will dominate over the small groups in the society? No. Education should not be that. Higher education should give you that beauty, that calmness, that faith in your knowledge to save you, to save others, to nurture you, to grow you, and to grow others, to grow the world, and to ensure the prompt growth of the society. Here lies sustainable development. That means this philosopher gave actually focus on observation, experimentation, and inductive reasoning. He believed that scientific knowledge should be based on empirical evidence rather than relying solely on tradition, authority, or abstract reasoning. And to me, it should not solely depend on theory. So, our higher education and the role of effective teaching should be based on higher education, what will demand education strategies, education curriculum according to the market demands. Is education a market? Do you think education is a business, or effective teaching will put emphasis on market? No. but it will keep that global market in the subconscious core of its heart. That at market, when it will go, the student, it will be like new market where everything, every product will be visible. You have not, you should not, you will not run after this market or that market to buy these or thing. It will save your time, save your energy, save your money. So we have to plan to enrich our students' expertise and to equip them with professional skills. In Mahabharata, we have seen that Arjuna, how beautifully wit had adorned him. So the characters, the heroes, the heroines, we see that every beauties are ingrained because we should help our students in that same way that coming time is very challenging for them. They have to develop the abilities to find a job and do good job through learning. So what effective teaching will give emphasis? The first thing is that you have to embrace e-learning. E-learning in higher education can be of great relevance in lifelong learning because we can never imagine that we will not live in techno-saturated environment. Technology had lot of problems because I have been waiting from long since morning because I know that my internet may break any time, but I was thinking optimist with optimist vision that today I'll be able to show my PPT. But technology is not predictable. But even though without technology, I could not see the sweet faces of my today's audience, the encouraging faces of today's audience. So, higher education for sustainable development in population of students with diverse communities, maybe for them who are trying for employees or who intend to help families. If their country or his or country can't give, then we have to go to other country. But if the country gives me, then I can stay there through my high education. So effective teaching should keep in mind that the teachers will be trained to teach through collaborative learning, through instructor to students, through training and support, through data analysis, modify their assessment methods, and training and effectiveness will help them to adapt themselves with tutorial, with webinar, with coaching, because you cannot actually expect to get good things when you will close all the doors and windows. Let the air come, let the dust come. But the air will come. If you don't open the window, then there will nothing will not get the air. If you are afraid of dust, you will not get the air even. So there are laptop, multimedia projector, smartphone, interactive whiteboard and internet. In my university and in Bangladesh even, at present I had given it to one of the journalists that we look at our handwash for 3 times in a day. But in gross, that means overall average, we look at the screen of mobile phone for 52 times. So we cannot avoid effective teaching without embracing e-learning and embracing digital tools in e-learning. And as well as it will help us to attain sustainable development goals because other developing countries are using it. So, what is the relation of this effective teaching and quality teaching or quality learning? Like SDG 4 told about quality education, it focuses on inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. It integrated higher education institutions to contribute to various SDGs by conducting research, offering courses on sustainability, and engaging with communities. Universities and drivers of innovation support the achievement of SDGs. They have some challenges that we know about SDGs, but we don't know about the goals, missions, or success rate. We have to do research of it, balancing traditional education with the demands of sustainable development and ensuring that curricula and institutional policies align with sustainability principles. As told by that education is a human right of immense power to transform on its foundation. Transform us. What is transformation? On its foundation rest the actually cornerstones of freedom, democracy, and sustainable human development. Actually, I would like to talk about the present scenario of Bangladesh that thinking of this sustainable development goal, quality education, our previous government inaugurated some programs, actually started even. My son is in class 9 now. His curriculum was based on the curriculum of Finland. Actually, it was based on some educational policies. There's no content in the book. You will be reading and you will go with a blank face in the classroom. There will be group work, pair work, and you will be assessed on group work, pair work, and you'll be given similar topic and for 50 marks, and 50 marks will be based on group work. But what our students are doing, they have stopped studying at home. No study. When I tell my just I give my son advice that you study, he no ma'am, mother, I don't have any content in the book. What will I study? My study is in the school, and my teachers are telling that they don't know how to teach. They give all A plus, all A plus, all A plus, all A plus. So when you will start a new curriculum or institutional policy, thinking of SDG, you have to think about the application, about the affordability, about the culture, about the students' behavior, about the training of the teachers. Otherwise, our effective teaching and higher education will not be matching it together. So we are changing this old curriculum within a year, because you know it contained lot of efforts, but we are changing it from this year. So we have to think about student-centered learning, but we have to think about the need, abilities, and learning styles. That is very important. How students are learning their style. And continuous assessment helps them monitoring progress and providing timely feedback. And innovation and technology should also integrate digital tools to enhance learning. But students are very hypertext. When we are giving them digital tools for learning, they are not learning. They are going to other media like Messenger, Facebook, and YouTube, and for recreational methods. So how can we involve? That is the matter of effective teaching, to think over it. And we can think about blended learning, because without motivation, no teaching is effective. Without motivation, I'm again repeating, no effective teaching is possible. No effective business is possible. And where motivation comes, it comes from two sources, from external and from internal. Now, to meet the global challenges, students enroll in more than one program in their bachelor, master's, doctorate, or other programs. While teaching, teachers should provide background knowledge and assist them to cope up. By 2030, the global society is estimated to face challenges like COVID, or challenges in energy, water, food crisis will be there, environment crisis will be there, poverty crisis will be there, conflict will be there, social conflict will be there, and diseases will be there, and our students will be lost temper because they do a lot of hard works in the school, but some are not getting that ethical feedback. There are a lot of things will be giving because they spend a lot of time in the digital media. So digital media will not give them that mental peace sometimes. So how to give it, how to face it is a matter of challenge of effective teaching. How you will stand your point. Will you stand in front of the teacher in the desk, or will you stand with the teacher inside the benches, or will you stand at the back and let the students do whatever they are doing? So that is the question of research, how effective teaching and what is the role of effective teaching will be there. And arranging interpersonal talk that I have done in my university. My university students of English department is talking with the students of Bangla department, and they are sharing literature of both languages. The students of English and Bangla department are also mixing with geography department, biochemistry department, maths department. So it's engaging, and we are arranging debates, sports, drama, because it's a part of teaching. From teaching, you have to teach print literacy, texting literacy, hypertext literacy, personal literacy. There are three phases of effective teaching: engagement, pre-engagement, and post-engagement. When you are a teacher, you have to pre-engagement stage. You have to think of blended methods. You have to think of your lesson plan. You have to think of the strategies, of platforms of the planning. And when you are engaged, you have to think of the autonomy of the learner. And all these things, panel discussion, video tapes, debate, and all these things you already know how to engage in effective teaching. Sometimes we can online discussion and collaboration, like your student with our student, technology and interactive content, different personalized learning method, flipped learning and station learning. All these things you can incorporate through effective teaching. Go beyond the classroom. Sometimes walk with your students and come back the classroom and ask them what you have observed in the road. Who was there with whom I talked? Was he farmer or a doctor or just a simple stranger? Ask him or her so that their observation and attention you can judge. The pandemic and other factors led by 23 million more people living in extreme poverty and 123 million more suffering from hunger in 2022 compared to 2019, widening the gap in per capita income growth between the poorest and richest countries. While some health targets have improved, overall progress in global health has slowed since 2015. Progress on education, the foundation upon which so much rests, remains the grave concern of SDGs. SDGs is not getting the success if you don't get the 100% students engagement and literacy. Worldwide, achieving minimum proficiency in reading by the end of primary school, 1 of 5 young people neither in education, training, nor employment. The 2030 Agenda's commitment to achieving gender equality remains a distinct objective with limited progress on achieving gender parity in public life and management roles and persistently high levels of violence against women and girls. So through effective teaching, you have to discover all this parity, all this inequity. Let them teach because you'll not get the chance to teach them after completing their certificate, lifelong learning. Give this impetus. So the role of education policy is that to design a curriculum and part-time job from graduate university. Our students should be given the opportunity to take classes or to be TA of the teachers and to do some jobs in the universities. So tackling poverty and transforming communities is one of the important goals of SDGs. So we are facing climate change, rural development, dairy development. India, we need it because providing every graduate's business skills and life management skills, dairy development, farming skills is very important. We should have a lot of projects like this. And focuses and suggestions are that lot of things. I will share my PPT with all the audience today. I'd like to share, and I would like to talk on this in my email also. That how we can map this. We have to think of faculty development program. I'd like to convey thanks to CEM and CTEF for arranging some faculty development program because faculties are like this light bulb. They will be lightening, but they need to be developed. They need to get training. They need to get high salary or at least sound salary. What we don't get in Bangladesh, we need to get more salaries in as a teacher. So when you will get salary, you will not run for these or other part-time jobs. So encouraging faculty to integrate sustainability in their teaching and research is very important research. So we have to think all these interdisciplinary approaches because student of social work is doing PhD in economics, masters in economics from USA. I have my family members. So we have to map this, how to blend this engagement, high quality education in high quality education. So there will be diversity, as I told you, that in future there will be a lot of diversity. Even students of humanities will be interested to study science even. And student engagement and institutional policies should be based on these diversities. So I'd like to conclude with the thing that embrace diversity, think about maintaining diversity through sustainable development goals, think about innovation, research and community engagement, think about teaching practices and curriculums, and think about that how to think, how to be thinker, how to be researcher, how to be good teacher to ensure effective teaching, to promote sustainable development goals. Without thinking, nothing can come. Listen more, talk less, observe more, think more, and write more. But maybe you can speak less. Thank you, everybody. Hello, is it okay?
Thank you, ma'am. We are really grateful to Professor Dr. Pratibha Rani Karmekar for delivering such an enlightening talk on the role of effective teaching in attaining sustainable development in higher education. You have shared such valuable insight, and we really find the exemplary situation you have shared practically useful. Your expertise and passion have inspired us, and we are thankful for the time you took to share your knowledge. I would also like to thank the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter, for organizing this discourse. Thank you once again on behalf of PNB College of Teacher Education, and we hope to have more opportunities to learn from you in future. Thank you, ma'am.
പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ദയവായി ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ ചെയേഴ്സ് ഒന്ന് ഫില്ല് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ബാക്കിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നതാണ്. ദയവായി പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ഫ്രണ്ടിലെ ചെയേഴ്സിലോട്ട് മാറിയിരിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Good afternoon. There is a slight change in the program. The afternoon session is postponed to morning session. So, good afternoon all. It is our honor to introduce our esteemed resource person, Professor Dr. K.Y. Benedict Sir, who will serve as our resource person for this two-day international conference conducted by BNB CTE in association with the CTEF. We are privileged to have him as our resource person for this conference. Professor Dr. K.Y. Benedict Sir has retired from service as Principal, Theophilus Training College, and is currently serving as the Principal of Mother Teresa College of Education, Perambra. He is widely recognized as a leading figure in the field of education, having presented numerous scholarly papers and authored several influential books. His innovative approaches to education have made a significant impact, particularly in the realms of teacher education and academic research. He is an eminent educationist, adorning various roles in the field of education. He is the regional coordinator of KFUNAI, United Nations Academic Impact, is the national consult of the Council for Educational Administration and Management, and also is a CTEF member. And he has also played a pivotal role in advancing e-learning initiatives and content development, contribution to the production of digital educational resources and workshops designed to enhance online teaching practices. As a research supervisor at University of Kerala, he has guided many PhD candidates, significantly influencing the next generation of education and researchers. His academic excellence has been recognized through various accolades, including Young Scientist Award, which highlights his substantial contribution to educational innovation and reforms. Dr. K.Y. Benedict Sir's remarkable achievements have firmly established him as a prominent figure in Indian education, particularly in the areas of teacher training and research development. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, as we commence this two-day international conference organized by BNB CTE in collaboration with the CTEF. Thank you, sir. I invite you to present this session. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon. Seems to be a kind of internal adjustment, even though my presentation was expected to be done at 2:45. Fortunately or unfortunately, I become a little earlier. So usually, those who are coming late will be punished. But today, those who arrived earlier is being punished, I think. But being in BNB College of Teacher Education, it doesn't matter for me, because for me it is a second home in many cases. From the time of our Valsala teacher onwards, almost invariably on an alternate year, I had the opportunity to interact with the faculty members and the students of many batches. I'm so happy to see that BNB College is steadfastly growing in multi-dimensional achievements and growth. And you are so successful enough to organize an international seminar in a blended mode. incorporating many useful areas which may have a lot of challenge in the future course of our action in education in India. Before coming to my presentation, I am going to give you an exercise. Everybody ready for that? All students and research scholars, the senior faculty members can be seated there, but the others can participate. Even the technical people, those who are, if you are part of the college community, you can also participate. Otherwise, you can observe the thing. So, the topic assigned for me is transformation possibilities of teacher education colleges in the light of NEP 2020. So, National Education Policy 2020 seems to be one of the guiding torch for the future curricular changes in all spheres of education, from the pre-KG to that of the higher education, the research and postdoctoral level, from the kindergarten to the universities and national institutes. So transformation is transformation means a particular kind of change. Without any meaningful change, there won't be any transformation. The BNV college, I think that is in a phase of transformation on many dimensions. Number of new ideas are coming, and practically you are converting into realities, so that a kind of transformation happened. So change is inevitable for a transformation. So I want to test your understanding whether you are ready for the change, your mind is set for the change or not. Hope that everyone is having a sheet of paper with you. If not, you have it within 1 or 2 minutes. And everyone is having a sheet of paper and a pen. If you are not having, please borrow it from the neighbor. Or if sheet of paper is not available, some of you can distribute. One pen, one book, one classroom, and one teacher can change the world. If you are not having a pen and paper, you cannot make any change. Organizers, please distribute sheets of paper. We can take 2 or 3 minutes for that. Don't worry that if you are not having a paper with you at present, you can have a sheet of paper. Take the sheet of paper. You can if you are having a writing notebook in your hand, no need to have a sheet of paper. If you have a notebook, you can utilize. 10 minutes, okay. പേനയും വേണം പേപ്പറും വേണം. നോട്ട്ബുക്ക് ആണെങ്കിൽ വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് എറിഞ്ഞു കളയും പേപ്പർ. Even though you may not have a pen and paper with you, I think that you may have a mobile phone in your hand, isn't it? Oh, that's a hallmark of the new generation. They don't want old generation gadgets like pen and paper. They want only digital tools. Okay. Okay. So those who already have a sheet of paper, you just fold it. Fold it in this way. Fold it in this way. Okay? Left side you write R. Left side you write capital R, and right side you write capital L. R and L, right and left. എല്ലാവർക്കും പേപ്പർ കിട്ടിയോ? Back. Those who are sitting in the back, ready with the paper, okay? പേനയുണ്ടോ? പേപ്പർ കിട്ടി? പേനയുണ്ടോ? പേന ഇല്ലാത്തവരൊന്ന് കൈവൊക്കിയേ. You have to, when you are attending a seminar, you should have a pen and paper with you. send someone and collect some pen, I will wait here for 2 to 3 minutes, because it is a serious affair for me, rather than just uttering some sounds like that of poems. പേനയും കൂടെ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. രണ്ട് പേനയുള്ളവർ അടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് ഒരു പേന കടം കൊടുക്കൂ. ചിലർക്കിടയിൽ 2 പേന കാണും, ഇല്ലേ? അങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാമല്ലോ. 2 പേനയുള്ളവർ ഒരു പേന കടം കൊടുക്കൂ. ആക്ടിവിറ്റിക്ക് ടൈം തുടങ്ങി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ആ നിശ്ചിത സമയത്തിനുള്ള എല്ലാവരും അത് തീർക്കണം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് എല്ലാവർക്കും പേനയും പേപ്പറും വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. ചിലർക്ക് ഒരു പേന കടം കൊടുക്കാൻ വലിയ വിഷമമാണ്. തിരിച്ചു തരുന്ന ഗ്യാരണ്ടി ഞാൻ ഏറ്റു. കിട്ടിയോ പേന? ഫ്രണ്ടിലിരിക്കുന്ന 3 റോക്കാർക്ക് പേന കിട്ടിയോ? ഇല്ല. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരാൾ പോയിട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ പേന എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് വരൂ. നിങ്ങളുടെ ബാഗൊന്നും ഇല്ലേ? വീട്ടിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് പോന്നാ. ഇന്ന് ഒന്നും കൊണ്ടുവരണ്ട, വെറുതെ വന്നാൽ മതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അങ്ങനെ എന്തായാലും പറയില്ലെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം. ഇപ്പോഴേ ഒരു 7 മിനിറ്റ് സമയം നമ്മളിവിടെ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നു. ഒരു 10-15 പേർക്കൂടെ പേന ഇല്ല. കുട്ടികൾ പേന കൊണ്ടുവരത്തില്ലേ? ഒരു ഓപ്ഷണൽ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവ് പോയി കളക്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് വരും എല്ലാവർക്കും വേണ്ടി. അങ്ങനെയല്ലേ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? അല്ല, ഇത് ഓൺലൈൻ അല്ലല്ലോ, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഓഫ്ലൈനിലല്ലേ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, ധാരാളം പേനകൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട് ഇപ്പം. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഗുഡ്. എവിടെ നിന്നൊക്കെയാണോ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് വരുന്നത്? ഒരു ഫ്രണ്ടിലിരുന്നൊരു 4-5 പേര് പേന എടുക്കാൻ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവർ പെട്ടെന്ന് തിരിച്ചു വാ. റെഡി? Okay, we are going to make an on-the-spot assessment regarding the mindset for us for a changing situation. Since we are going to discuss some points regarding the transformation that we expect from possibility of transformation from teacher education colleges in the light of NEP 2020. Ready with the paper and pencil? Okay. If you are not having a notebook or any hard surface, you can use your mobile phone as the hard surface. place your sheet of paper on the mobile phone. Okay, I'll give 3 choices for you. Every day in the morning and in the evening, minimum 5 to 10 times, we may go and see our own image in a mirror. Okay, so first choice is your face, or you can draw the picture of a house, either your face or your house. 2 choices. So when the time starts, you have to write, you have to draw your own face if you are a right-handed person on the R side, and if you are a left-handed person on the L side. You have folded the paper and marked as R and L, isn't it? Then if you are a right-handed person, when the time starts, you have to draw your own face, not the neighbor's face, your own face, or your house. If you are a right-handed person, you write it on the R side, and if you are a left-handed person, you write it on the L side. How many left-handed people are here? How many? Number 1, 2 or 3 people only. So you have to first write using your left hand. Okay. So your time starts now. 1 minute. Your face. Not to draw the face of others, those who are sitting nearby to you. Some of them may be artistic people, may have the capability to copy figure from opposite side. Only your face. Every day you are seeing your face. Some resemblances may not be exact copy, but some resemblances may be there. Your hairstyle, your nose, your eyes, eyebrows, your cheek, your lips, your mustache, whatever it may be, have its own kind of speciality, identity, uniqueness. Five seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Stop drawing. So take the other side. Draw the same picture that you are drawn with your right hand or left hand with the other hand. Most of you are right-handed, so you will now focus on the L side. Draw the same picture. You will get 1 minute time with the left hand or with the right hand. ആദ്യം R വെച്ച് വരച്ചവർ, റൈറ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് വെച്ച് വരച്ചവർ ലെഫ്റ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ വരയ്ക്കണം. പതിനഞ്ച് സെക്കൻഡ് കൂടെ ഉണ്ട് വരയ്ക്കാൻ. 15 സെക്കൻഡ് കൂടെ. Finished? Okay, now you can stand up. All of you can stand up. Okay, not the friend. You can all the participants, please, students and research scholars, please stand up. Okay, now it is finished. You turn the paper. Here I have drawn by L and H, okay, L and R. Then turn the paper, place it on the head. Okay, draw the same picture. Either you place not like this, and then draw the picture, your face or your house. I think that you didn't give any detailing of your face when you have drawn the first picture. Same picture you have to draw. I can give you 90 seconds, not 1 minute, 90 seconds. Don't look at it. Complete it and then look. Don't look others' face and draw again your own face. Five seconds more. Just 5 seconds more. Okay. See, you compare your face. Compare the drawing. Number 1, number 2, number 3. What are the differences in the 3 atoms? What are the differences in the 3 atoms? You cannot see directly. The plane of action is different. And you thrown away your comfort zone, isn't it? There was no comfort zone available in the third attempt. 0 comfort zone. In the second attempt, the comfort zone is only partially available. You can anyway you can copy with the left hand or right hand according to your handedness. But when you come to the final stage, the complete picture has changed because you didn't have any direct vision on that. You didn't have any kind of such an experience. Your plane of action changed, the background changed. You are completely out of your comfort zone. So when we are thinking about the transformation potentiality of teacher education colleges, transformation potentiality of teacher education colleges in the wake of new national education policy 2020, lot of our comfort zone will be broken. If we are not ready to embrace new paradigms, new scheme of actions, we may not be able to bring transformations. Everything lies as theoretical argumentation. So what you have to keep in your mind that when we want to have change, a kind of transformation, we must be ready to throw away our comfort zone. Otherwise, no change will occur in any system, not only in teacher education colleges. So this next slide. So you know the immediate features of NEP 2020 relevant for teacher education. These are discussed in many platforms. That is, fundamentally we are going to have a change to a multidisciplinary approach in teacher education colleges rather than a single faculty or standalone colleges approaches, in which the national trend is to convert into integrated teacher education program of 4-year instead of the 1-year, 2-year system, starting from the degree level, combining the degree, first degree with that of the teacher education. So multidisciplinarity is one of the feature of NEP 2020. Number 2, reforms in regulatory framework. National regulatory framework is going to change in terms of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, the composition of the NCTE and other controlling bodies, national bodies. They are going to have a change. And then inclusive and equitable education for all. That is one of the cardinal principles of the NEP 2020. Provide equitable access to all people irrespective of their background, even irrespective of their disabilities. So inclusivity is one of the cardinal principle of this NEP 2020. And then more focus on the local knowledge and contextualization of knowledge, especially indigenous knowledge. Incorporation of indigenous knowledge is another feature. Or you can say that Indian knowledge system is gaining more prominence through the implementation of NEP 2020. And then a new aspect of research university rather than traditionally degree providing universities, conversion or converting institutes into research universities is another focus. And then the reforms in accreditation process. The national accreditation process is already started to have certain kind of accreditation, either binary accreditation is proposed by the end of this academic year, that will be nationally implemented. So these are some of the challenges as well as the opportunities by means of the recommendation from the NEP 2020 by which we can embrace many different kinds of changes. I am going to give certain kind of suggestions for your thinking, and number one is that what are the possibilities for the teacher education institutions? Next, integration of multidisciplinary education. So integration of multidisciplinary education in which we can concentrate on interdisciplinary teaching modules. We can encourage teacher education institutions and teacher education programs run by the university across India to integrate courses from various disciplines like that of arts, science, social science and technology. Instead of going for a single optional specialization, we can concentrate on interdisciplinary multi-optional specializations. And then we can have collaborative project. So I'm going to give certain illustrative examples from Indian scenario also. Collaborative projects, we can engage in partnership with other departments of the same university or other colleges of the same region to design and implement projects which are having multidisciplinary inputs, enabling student teachers experience diverse teaching methodologies. For example, we may have two colleges nearby to BNB, 2 or 3 colleges nearby BNB have an MOU so that collaborative learning experiences, at least certain hours of each semester, the student community could be exchanged between faculty of the different institutions in the vicinity of this college, so that a different kind of interdisciplinarity practice could be obtained, so that we will share the potential of other faculty members from the nearby institutes. So one particular example, you can next, those technical people please listen so that you can change the okay. So take the case of Asim Premji University's interdisciplinary approach. Asim Premji University is one of the universities in prominent new generation universities in India, which gave very significant thrust on interdisciplinarity in their curriculum designing and management. So Asim Premji offers courses that integrate philosophy, sociology, pedagogy, etc., encouraging student teachers to develop a comprehensive approach to education rather than a single subject-centric specialization. This inspired the creation of interdisciplinary module in teacher education program. So we have to, what we can adopt in teacher education institutions in the light of NEP 2020 is not only convert the institutions into multidisciplinary, but proper integration of discipline to discipline. A few minutes back, you might have heard about the practices from nearby our country, Bangladesh. They have certain, that's a university of course, they have certain kind of economic students, science students, language students, English and Bangla students are interacting for certain kind of activities. Similar kind of modules could be generated. We have to think about that one. The website and email contact of Asim Premji is given for your reference. You can go and see how they are practicing, and they have certain kind of community-based practices at certain part of the teacher education courses. They have not MA in education, they have not MEd in education, they have designed MA in education, in which the student, the participants of that course has to reside in certain remote villages for 1 to 2 months to execute this interdisciplinary component. So that kind of designing is possible. That is an opportunity for teacher education institutions. Number 2, next one is focus on early childhood education. Early childhood education. What you have to do is that every teacher education institutions can establish a model early childhood education center within the colleges of teacher education. So where our interdisciplinary module that is being practice. Module is not only theoretical, but it includes field-based experience that could be practiced. If a module is being developed on early childhood care and development of the children, then the practitioners, the student teachers of the same college could be made as partial instructors in the early childhood center of that particular college itself, so that it is very easy for every teacher education colleges to have
an early childhood care center in each of the institution, and some of the student teachers' own children will enroll there as because at least 10% of the students appearing in any colleges may have children at the early stages of development. They could be brought to this particular center, and students from outside also we can, and that become a source of income generation and partial training mechanism for the students of the teacher education college. So an example that we can see is that SEED model. SEED model is social, emotional and educational development. That's a nationally growing concept, SEED model. There are number of SEED institutions at a different states of our country. One particular case is the SEED school in Tamil Nadu. In Kozhikode we have a SEED school near to the college that I am currently working. So SEED is a movement, national movement. We can enroll with that. We can establish MOU with the SEED movement, and we can have a SEED school, a model school. SEED school in Tamil Nadu emphasizes early childhood education through innovative SEED approaches. They have created environments where student teachers can practice early childhood care and education, like play-based learning, storytelling, activity-based learning, which have significant improvement in children's cognitive and social development, rather than just theoretically giving some inputs in the core paper at the semester 1 or semester 2. Some practical sessions directly could be practiced by establishing. This is a very cost-effective one. Any teacher education college can go for it. The SEED school's website and email ID is given. You can search and get it. Next one is integration of technology in education. Integration of technology in education. Technology in education, you can have a digital literacy course or virtual teaching labs in teacher education colleges. There are plenty of opportunities that the NEP offers because funding possibility is also there, even for the non-funded institutions like that of the self-financing or unaided colleges. They can also go for the national level funding if they operate in a more meaningful way. So digital literacy courses and virtual teaching labs could be possible. So example is next. Central Institute of Educational Technology, that is one of the constituent unit of national NCERT. They have the initiatives like that e-Padashala and Diksha. How many of you have visited as part of your course the e-Padashala and Diksha? Some of you might have. Okay, very good. You have to register yourself in Diksha to utilize the resources, especially for the secondary CBSE syllabus they are promoting as the national level. But you can draw many materials and experiences from by registering. Anyone can register. So teacher education colleges can utilize these platforms like that of e-Padashala and Diksha. The college itself can register with the Diksha platform so that every new innovations will be shared with the college. N number of materials, digital materials as well as print materials can be shared free of cost. So many of when you go for practice teaching, you go and you register yourself in Diksha and see how the standard 9 students are being taught with the speed and velocity in the 9th standard, how that particular kind of activity, how that particular kind of, that could be taken for your practice teaching also. In that way also you can utilize. So integration of technology in education in a higher plane is a possibility. Next, inclusive and equitable education. So that's one of the cardinal principle of this NEP 2020. The gross enrollment ratio is a kind of a dream that you have to achieve by 2030. 50% gross enrollment ratio may be beyond the capacity expectation. The international range is only 26 to 30, but we are having a very kind of promising expectation. The eligible candidates in the higher education must cross 50% in different higher education institutions. So they have schemes, not only direct institutions, but non-formal and distant and digital learning platforms also could be strengthened to make that enrollment process is a suggestion. So this inclusive and equitable education is one of the prominent area in which we can draw something to transform our teacher education. So we can design and practice courses on inclusive education, and we can organize the different diversity workshops, especially for the Divyangan. Divyangans are
the people with differently abled people having variable degrees of ability. So not in the normal platform, but there is more focus on inclusion of that particular, and there is one focus of inclusive teacher education practices in India. There are some suggestions in NDP that so that even in the normal admission process of teacher education colleges, there must be provision for admitting Divyangan people as an inclusive. We are giving 1 or 2 seats nowadays for PWD candidates, but there are proposal when it is fully operational, they increase the number of that particular kind of admissions, so that teacher education course also could accommodate technically inclusivity. But the suggestion is that here that must bring certain kind of changes. You can think about when you organize a particular workshop locally or nationally, next time you focus on the diversity, that you will get national attention rather than ordinary themes you select for the seminar presentations. Then example, next slide. The Vidya Bhavan Society in Udaipur, Rajasthan, that's one particular example that I am highlighting. Vidya Bhavan Society in Udaipur, Rajasthan has pioneered in inclusive education by integrating students from diverse backgrounds, including those with different degrees of disabilities. They will be nationally, technically called as Divyangan. Have you heard about that word Divyangan so far? Okay. So you can go to the website and see how they have done this inclusion in their teacher education process. Next one is thrust on Indian knowledge system, IKS. When you go for the NAC accreditation process, there are 3 or 4 different subcategories of questions are there. How much you are incorporating IKS in your institution, and you will get a good appreciable weightage in the total score that you are going to gain. Indian knowledge system. Still we are having some kind of conclusion or some kind of social stigma or some kind of social myth regarding what is actually Indian knowledge system and so on. So Indian knowledge system is not just incorporating Sanskrit in the curriculum, that also could be done. Functional Sanskrit or functional Urdu you can incorporate. But at the same time, if you are incorporating functional Sanskrit and functional Urdu as an add-on course in your college, you will get a grant from the central government. They have specialized grant. Nobody is utilizing. There is no so much. So you think about functional Sanskrit and functional Urdu for the sake of IKS, inclusion of Indian knowledge system in your college. At least 10 students can go for functional Sanskrit and 10 students can go for functional Urdu, and you give a proposal for that. There are fund is earmarked, no one is properly utilizing. That much takers are not there. BNV can try for that. It's an opportunity. And see, the incorporating indigenous knowledge, not only that kind of Sanskrit or Urdu, something like that, the local knowledge of Thiruvallam. There may be certain art performance hereby. There may be certain kind of local regional medicinal practices, something like that of the Ayurveda or something like that, some variations of that. There may be certain kind of specialized skilled people are there. So you have to have a kind of small project to document that by the support of our student teachers, and that documented elements, some of that elements could be part of the core paper education. You can connect it to that, your core paper education. So cultural sociology, educational sociology, culture and education, like that, some subunits are there in our curriculum. So that could be linked with this indigenous knowledge. Searching for indigenous knowledge is also IKS, not only Sanskrit and Urdu. So that, and then community engagement programs also could be thought about. Lok Vidya Jan Andolan is an example. Lok Vidya Jan Andolan movement is in Uttar Pradesh, and they emphasizes the importance of traditional knowledge in education. People are doing like that. Examples are there from our own country itself. No need to go somewhere else. Here are examples. So they have collaboration with the local community people. Maybe a community is specialized in one particular art or any particular kind of craft work.
that may be taken as a topic of their integration, so that they give certain kind of, for example, one particular example, Balaramupuram, one college in Balaramupuram from our own region. See, for example, PTM college is one college nearby Balaramupuram. There, Balaramupuram, there are plenty of handloom, maybe associated with the different families as well as industrial mode. So that particular weaving technology module could be incorporated as an IKS, indigenous knowledge. They have to define a small module with the support of that particular technician could be, and then at least 5 or 10 days, the students being taken to that center in one particular academic year to have certain basic understanding of the weaving. So in mathematics, symmetry, pattern, and then timing, and then in chemistry, coloring, dyeing, many different interdisciplinary components could be demonstrated through this particular kind of module being developed and practiced. That's the way we have to innovate, not only just saying that NEP is so and so, so what we have to do, nothing we have to do. This is made by someone else here and there. We have no natural resources or anything. The resources are plenty around. We have to see the openings. So example is Lok Vidya Jan Andolan. Okay, and then next one, action research initiatives. So coming to the research and innovation, you can incorporate action research initiative. I don't know whether Kerala University curriculum has anything regarding action research practically instead of having a theoretical input, but there are certain universities, they are practicing action research as part of the teacher education practice teaching. And the innovation hub, every teacher education college can have an innovation hub, entrepreneur education promotion hub could be established, so that some idea of the students with respect to the theory they have studied, they can form a group of 2 or 3, and they must be promoted to develop a working promotable idea that could be documented and developed and registered for, even you can register for a patency for such a meaningful idea. Some kind of competition should be developed. All these are the things that we can intelligently practice even in our system. The Kerala's example is the Kerala School Innovation Initiative. The example I have to suggest is the Kerala School Innovation that encourages schools to engage in local action research, and teachers and student teachers can collaborate with this particular movement. One particular example of that kind of action research element through this Kerala School Innovation Initiative is the interactive science kits being developed in the schools and practiced. How many science students have heard about this kind of initiative happen in Kerala, at least in some of the schools? So go and visit and get the knowledge, how they have done, how we can organize a similar thing according to our situation. Next one is the professional development and lifelong learning. That's another significant area in which we can concentrate much on the innovation side or transformation side. Continuous professional development, CPD, is a global movement in which pre-service and in-service teacher education that could be converted digitally online, continuous 24/7, 365 days you can have. At least you can have one particular example that I am doing at present is that during the last NAC accreditation visit, there was one particular column in the research and development criteria 3 in our college, how many self-learning courses your students are undertaking. We have to write 0, nothing. So that 5%, not the 5%, a weightage equivalent to 5 has been lost for that question. So immediately after my retirement in the new college that I went, and then during the admission process, the principal makes a particular kind of orientation to the students. Every student during the time of 5 to 7 minutes of interaction, that made it as compulsory for them. Every student must go for at least one MOOC course in the semester 1. And then I can say that the last year, now they become second year, all the 100% of the students have completed one MOOC course. And they are doing their second MOOC course, and I taught them to take a lengthy course. So 100% of the students. So when that particular college next time go for, if they attempt for an NAC accreditation process, that particular 5 mark is okay. At least 100, we can have the 100%, we have the evidence. After completing that MOOC course, self-learning module, they have to submit the certificate to the college office. 100%, 53 students have completed. So similar is the case. So just to take a different kind of, see, that's a case that when you draw this diagram in a different plane, you experienced a lot of difficulty because you shed your comfort zone. So without shedding the comfort zone, no one can make any change in any system, whether it is in teacher education, college or university. And then the example that I have to highlight is the British Council's CPD framework. If you go to the British Council website, they are provided, not only British Council, many different online agencies are there. Even along with your teacher education courses, you can register yourself, and even the teacher educators themselves also can register to acquire new skills and capabilities. So the British Council's continuous professional development framework, implemented in several states, several countries, offers a structured approach to lifelong learning for teacher educators, including modules on reflective teaching practices, classroom management, use of information communication and digital technology in classrooms, etc. The success of the various programs in improving teacher effectiveness can be valuable examples for Indian teacher education colleges, and you can visit britishcouncil.in as their website very easily. When you just type British itself, the British Council site will, it's a widely used high rating site. You can go and register for a CPD along with your course. Who is going to prevent? The college can motivate the students also. And then coming to the ethics and value education. So this is another, you can, with respect to the ethics and value education is also a significant area, the NEP 2020 stresses. So, or you can have different kind of community services along with your, using your NSS. Do you have an NSS here in this college? National Service Scheme? Didn't get. Okay, next time you have to try again and get an NSS so that become a vehicle to reach the community in many forms, and by which you can have community services that become part and parcel of the college. The students is getting 30 grace mark by participating in at least one camp in 4 or 5 activities of the NSS in one academic year. They will get 30 up to 30 grace mark. Have you heard about that, students? You will get 30 grace mark. You have to go for to start a national service scheme units on any cost. Those students, those who are getting not obtained a distinction due to many factors, they can distribute the 30 marks obtained in different subjects, so that you got only 70%, you can convert your certificate into an 80% scored certificate. And those who are നമ്മുടെ സാധാരണ ബാക്ക് ബെഞ്ചേഴ്സ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്താ പറയുന്നത് ഉഴപ്പന്മാരെന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആളുകളെ പോലും നമുക്ക് എന്താക്കി വിടാം? If you have an NSS unit, you can make them 100% distinction scored college. Usually none of the colleges can score 100%, but if you have an NSS unit, you will get up to 30 marks. When your mark crosses that distinction, further marks you cannot utilize, but only limits is there. So within the limits, up to 30 marks you will get a grace mark. Then after the seminar, you have to compel your principal and manager and everyone in here in the course, at least for your I am going to make some revolt in the field. I am not worried about that. Some kind of change must occur. Seminar, two-day seminar, that is good, but something must happen. So at least for your juniors it would be beneficial. Okay, so both the batches are there, junior batch and senior batch. Teaching practice, only junior batch is there. Okay, at least for your juniors they will get 30 marks. You start functioning in that positively with hopefully an optimistic manner. We will also support in many ways that we can do. And then the case is Rishivali School in Andhra Pradesh. You heard about the Rishivali, promoted from the vision of Jiddu Krishnamurti. Some kind of theoretical components are there in our curriculum.
about the principles of Jiddu Krishnamurti. If possible, at least when you go for a long trip, you just next year, you junior students, first year students, when you go for a field trip, you arrange the field trip through the Rishi Valley. It's on the border of Karnataka and Andhra, maybe 4 to 5 hours from Bangalore by bus. So that that's a going to be a great experience. So the Rishi Valley School, they have incorporated, or you can visit Disney. You can, even without going to the Disney, one particular OTT channel, Disney Hotstar, isn't it? Okay, am I correct? Disney Hotstar, yes or no? You can go to the, if you have many of you may have registered with a Disney Hotstar. How many of you have a membership in Disney Hotstar? Raise your hands. Okay, today you have to you visit. There is one particular documentary in Disney Hotstar. The title Great Indian Schools. Great Indian Schools. One particular program is there. There is another Great Tech Schools. Another program is there. You go to the Great Indian Schools, you can see the Rishi Valley School, how it is being practiced, incorporating this particular kind of ethics and value education. Without teaching ethics and value, they practice in the life cycle of the school. Great Indian School in Disney Hotstar. Okay, language proficiency. So on language proficiency, multilingual teaching competency, not only in Malayalam, not only in English, if possible in other languages, even in Hindi. Even though you don't have any kind of practice in Hindi, at least in your within the limits of our curriculum, at least those who are going for the practice teaching in the phase 1 or phase 2, you just borrow some of the UP classes, not the high school classes, maybe 5th or 6th or 7th standard. It is very easy. Then promote our students to take a class in Hindi, at least one lesson. Okay, even though our optional language is not English or Malayalam or whatever it may be, some other languages. Promote that kind of experimentation, that is possible. And then in the establishment of equipped language labs, in every teacher education colleges, there may be 1 or 2 boards having language lab, but most probably it may be in a dormant stage, a non-functional stage. തുടക്കം മുതൽ ജനിച്ചപ്പം മുതൽ ഇങ്ങനെ തന്നെ ആയിരുന്നു, അനങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ള അവസ്ഥയിൽ ആണ് പല ടീച്ചർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കോളേജിലും ലാംഗ്വേജ് ലാബ് ഉള്ളത്. നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാ പ്രോമിനൻറ്റ്, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് ദ പ്രോമിനൻറ്റ് കോളേജസ് ഇൻ കേരള. സോ that system could be changed. Now digital platforms are plenty. You can have multiple language labs in the same system itself. Even your computer lab could be integrated and converted into a language lab. So the example multilingual education program that happened in Odisha, MLE, multilingual education program of Odisha, is an example. We may be saying that Orissa seems to be a weaker state than Kerala like that. We may have a system, but they have done certain very good things than us. We didn't practice that kind of practice in our teacher education colleges or in school system. So Odisha's multilingual education program is an example for this, how multiple languages could be taken in the case of practice. We can also think about that. And then leadership and management skills. So that the example that is, there is one program by the program called LEAP. So the leadership and managerial skills of teacher educators, not only that of the students, teacher educators I am focusing, in which there must be a great trust should be given. When you compare with the leaders of other field, the position of majority of the teacher educators and teacher education leaders are behind their line. Because the kind of professional training, that continuous professional training, we are lacking in that particular field. See, the case of national level, one program called LEAP, L-E-A-P, next slide. Okay. So the Leadership for Academicians program is sponsored by the central government and through the Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya mission. If you go through the particular portal of Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya mission, there are about 20 different kinds of activities organized by this Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya mission. One program is the LEAP, 2 weeks of national training and 1 week for foreign training to become educational leaders. So including all the leaders of our region, we have not attempted what is the opportunity provided by LEAP for teacher educators. We have to search for it. At the site of LEAP, you can search it, and then, if possible, next time, is there any possibility for the principals of the college? Is there any possibility for the academic leaders among the teacher educators? If there any possibility for the student teachers from the teacher education colleges? If there any possibility for the research scholars from the teacher education fraternity? We have to promote our students and colleagues to search for the LEAP opportunity. Just note it down. I have made it to have a single sheet of paper with you. Instead of the drawing, you can write it as LEAP. Register, if possible. If possible, some of us may be invited for this program if your profile is substantially supported with the evidences. So that if you are getting an opportunity, 2 weeks of national level training and 1 week of foreign training, they will give free of cost. Last time, 2022 batch, but they went to the National University of Singapore for 1 week, a group of 30, along with training at NCRT in Delhi, and NUPA in Delhi. They combined give training for that particular program. So these are some of the opportunities. And leadership, okay. So educational leadership program is of the LEAP that we have to concentrate. I have to give certain other kind of quick glance of, in addition to that of the NEP 2020, you have to think about a skill lab in teacher education college. Skill lab is an emerging concept. Some of the students, those who want to do certain project work in the 4th semester, have you heard about a project work in 4th semester for the B.Ed students? First year students, first semester being admitted, no. You know about a 4th project, no. 3rd semester and 4th semester you have to do a project. You have to work on a new area called skill lab. This is not government approved, but that's a movement in our country. Skill lab is a particular kind of merging, amalgamation, or a kind of resonance between the computer lab, language lab, different other kinds of labs, work experience lab together, and then a digital media hub, etc. will be a new kind of concept is being. So the BNB College, after this seminar, one suggestion is to start for the functional Urdu and functional Sanskrit, simple course, you can very easily. Second one, to start an early childhood care education center. You have plenty of facility here associated. You can generate income out of that. Number 3, some of your teachers must register for the LEAP program. If opportunity gets, let them go and get the leadership training. And number 4 is the thinking about establishing a skill lab. Because from the same BNB college, one day I visited this college before 10-15 years back as a member of the evaluation committee led by the syndicate members of the college. At that time, when Susan teacher has been assigned that particular duty, but due to certain inconvenience, she could not participate. So that I have been deputed. And when I came to this particular institution, during the interval time, I had a particular kind of innovative experience from this college, that one particular student, during the interval time, I don't know whether that continues now, coming and reading the news headlines of the day through the mic. See, I got struck with that experience. In the next academic year, I went to my college, Martha Phillips Training College, and a particular kind of new initiative. We have converted that experience. We have designed a media club and a campus radio we have started. And the first campus radio, we call it as Theo Radio, was established by Martha Phillips Training College in all the teacher education colleges of Kerala. I don't know whether it is in other state. Still they are doing it. We are thinking about in developing into a higher level, but not so much developed so far. So skill lab is an opportunity. Every small institutions have its own kind of innovative. We have to have a different eye and ear to see and hear the particular kind of nuances happens in every nook and corner of our college. Convert it into a best practice. Then e-content studio, development of an e-content studio. The corner of your library itself could be converted into a makeshift e-content studio within no time, with a little element of gadgets. Placement drives, then publication wing, very, very important. You should have a publication wing that have its own significance. Entrepreneurship hub, like that of Innovation Hub. IPR laboratory, IPR, intellectual property right laboratory, robotic training laboratory, education hackathons. That's a new concept. None of us are being practiced. If we are collectively together, we can organize regional or national level hackathons, so that the student innovations could be shared with others. And then virtual tour center, all these are the possibility. Digitalization, without much investment, only converting our interest, enthusiasm, some kind of technical knowledge. And then cluster colleges, establishing MOU with nearby 3 colleges, and translation center. The NEP 2020 wish to convert by 2030 nearly 22,000 classic books in all branches of knowledge into all the regional languages. Because to convert knowledge in English or any other foreign language into local languages, there is a movement. Nobody is ready. You have an English department, may have a Malayalam department, or may have an English department clubbed together to establish a translation center, at least to translate 1 book per year. That is going to be a national contribution, and you will get a funding for that, even though you are a self-financing college. Only there are means are there, we have to tap it. So these are the suggestion possibilities. Possibilities are plenty. The question that I raised first, whether we are ready to draw our face keeping the plane on our head, a plane that is very different, shedding your comfort zone. Thank you very much. If you have some points of discussion, 1 or 2 at least, you can raise the question and we will interact. Yes. Mic, please provide a mic. Don't take too much time. Now it is 15 past 1. Just 2 questions. 2 o'clock we have to assemble back. Sir. Theo Radio, it's a kind of simple arrangement. We have an announcement mic in the principal's office. So the principal's office will be converted from 1 p.m. to 1:10 p.m., 10 minutes program. A group of students will be selected and they will be trained as radio jockeys. And they will, Monday to Friday, we will produce a schedule with some tips for health, tips for employment, tips for competitive examinations, with the significant news of the day, and at the end a 3 minutes song will be played from any movie. Pardon? Quitting the comfort zone. Okay. If we are not ready to break our comfort zone, nothing meaningful happen. Any change, any level, somebody has broken the comfort zone. If Gandhiji has paid the balance of the ticket money that happened at that railway station and traveled in the first class, after paying the penalty, I should have been the fate of Indian freedom movement. So he broke the comfort zone, change happened. Leap, you can refer the website, it's easily available. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We are really thankful to Professor Dr. K. Benedict for delivering such an enlightening talk on the subject transforming possibilities of teacher education colleges in the light of NEP 2020. We were able to get significant insights in many points. The interactive activity which sir gave in the beginning of this talk was a different experience, which made us understand the importance of leaving our comfort zones. The analysis of NEP which Sir gave, such as the interdisciplinary learning, the concept of research universities, seed schools, incorporating indigenous knowledge in our education system, etc., has provided us with a clearer understanding of the transformative potential of NEP. I'd like to thank the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter, for arranging this talk. Your expertise and passion has inspired us, and we are grateful for the time you took to share knowledge. And thank you once again on behalf of BNV College of Teacher Education, and we hope to have more opportunities to learn from you in the future. Thank you, sir.
I, on behalf of BNV CTE family, invite Dr. Meera Kumari Ma'am, Academic Director, BNV CTE, to honor our esteemed resource person of the day, Professor Dr. K.Y. Benedict Sir, as a token of love and appreciation from BNV CTE family. I also invite Professor Dr. K.Y. Benedict Sir to receive the honor. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have the lunch break. Lunch is arranged in the second floor, and the session will start at 2 p.m. Please join us at sharp 1:50 p.m. Thank you.
An impressive record of groundbreaking research. She has presented numerous papers in the field of education too. In addition to her academic achievements, Professor Dr. Brinda Beseli is serving as Professor in the Department of Education, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, from 2015 and continues her journey. Her leadership underscores commitment for advancing knowledge and practice in the field of education. Today, she will be presenting on NEP 2020 and higher education, the area that is on demand in the present educational scenario. We are privileged to have her to share the insights and expertise with us. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Brinda Beseli ma'am to the international conference conducted by BNV College of Teacher Education. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me for this program and also giving me an opportunity to share my paper as a resource person. And can I share my paper now?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. Hope you can see my slide.
Ma'am, we can see, but it is in an invert. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
It's okay, ma'am. No, it's okay. It is visible to
You
us.
can see, no? Okay.
Yes, it's visible.
So my time is still 3 o'clock, no? 3 p.m.
Yes, ma'am, correct. It is right now.
All right, all right. So anyway, I'm so sorry for joining late. I was not getting the link. Probably it was in another number. And anyway, it's all right. Everything is all set. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the college for organizing this program and also for inviting me, and my greetings to everybody present there from Shillong, from Nehu, Shillong. And my paper, as you can see, my topic is on NEP 2020 and higher education. So this topic is very vibrant now because it has become mandatory by UGC and by the Ministry of Education to implement NEP 2020 in the colleges and the universities and also in the schools, but we are now concentrating in higher education, that is in the colleges and the universities. So I just wanted to tell you that with regards to NEP, the essence of NEP has actually come from SDG, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. All over the world, we know that the United Nations, they have certain, criteria for, for the lifestyle of people, for well-being of people, and therefore they have come up with the 17 goals in 2015, which is known as the Sustainable Development Goals. And they have given us 15 years, that is till 2030, to actually complete our goals, and in the 17 areas. And there, if you look into it, you will see education is goal number 4. And they have many agendas like poverty, then they have well-being of the people, for equity, for, many other agendas are there. But the target is still 2030. And you can see here the SDGs, they include many agendas which I told you, like poverty, hunger, then good health and well-being, then providing quality education and promoting gender equality. This is goal number 4. And then further on, you can see we also have providing clean water and sanitation, promoting affordable and clean energy, providing decent work and economic growth, addressing industry and innovation and infrastructure. So, and then you can see further, there are many. Okay, and then like working towards peace, this is so important. So this is the image which you can see. I hope all of you can see. Yes? Hello? So this is the image of the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 points over here which you can see now in the image form. And number 4 is education, which we're going to discuss on. Okay. So now coming to this number 4, where we say that number 4 is education, but higher education is 4.3. And we also have 4.8, 4.9, which is primary education, school education. And this is said that with regards to higher education, that by 2030, we will have, it will ensure equal access for higher education for both men and women. That means both, everybody will have equal opportunity for higher education by 2030. And also university. So you can see this slide. This slide is talking about the University World News, where they also have emphasized on higher education, this journal, and they are clearly saying that we need to have sustainable future, and for that we need to have good citizens who are residing in the countries in the world, and these citizens will be very, very educated and will be sustainable, means will be able to survive a very good life with the help of higher education. Okay, then you can see here, according to UNESCO, now UNESCO also says that we should have very good success in terms of technical and vocational and higher education. Okay. And then it is also said that we need to bring in skill-based education, that is skill development, under the technical and vocational education and training, which is called the TVET, or the technical vocational education and training. So this one will clearly take care of the skill-based education. And we will start from the secondary level, then we will go to the tertiary level. And in this tertiary, which is higher education, this will include colleges also and university also. And it is also said that the main provision for tertiary education will be that we will have to progress in terms of international agreements. So we need to be in line with the international agreement and the developed universities. So you can see here in this slide that when we try to address the sustainable development goals, we need to also check or we need to improve our knowledge, skill, behavior, competencies, and values. Okay, and then we need to have a very good integration, and we need to have very good policies in place, and which is now we are talking about the NEP. And then the teachers, teaching and pedagogy is also playing a very, very important role. Now you look at this part where we are coming to higher education. Now higher education we know is the prime area of the education system, where every child wants to go in for higher education. And it is a very powerful means to create a sustainable future, because we are trying to create jobs for the nation, and these jobs will be created only if we can complete means respectable jobs, only if we can complete higher education. Okay, now look at this slide. This one is telling us that by 2030 India will have the largest tertiary age population in the world. So you can imagine that by 2030 we will have in terms of higher education, we will be the largest in the world, but will be second to China and ahead of USA. And it is also said that we will provide the single largest global talent, with 1 in 4 graduate in the world being a product of the Indian system. Now you look at this part, this slide, all of you please see that how we have grown in terms of colleges and universities over from 1970 to 2011. So this is the data which I got from the 5-year plans, the last 5-year plan. So you can see here that in terms of universities, we have grown tremendously, 4.6%, we have grown. That is, we had 103 universities in the start in 70-71. Now we have, in the year 2011-12, we have 659 universities. At present, we have more than 1,000 universities. And if you look into the colleges, there too, we started with 3,604 in 1970-71. And then in 2011 and 12, we have 33,023 colleges. Right now, we have more than 50,000 colleges. And then if you look into this slide, you will see that in terms of tertiary level enrollment also, we have grown in terms of higher education. The total enrollment, if you see how we have grown, a total of 56.6% increase has been shown in just 6 years. That is from 2006 to 2012. Just in 6 years, we have grown, we have shown an improvement of 56.6%. And now I'm going to show you the university world ranking, means where the top universities of the world, they stand in terms of ranking. So in the year 2024, that is this year, we saw that in the first rank came the MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They got an overall score of 100. Okay. Then number 2 came the University of Cambridge, where they got an overall score of 99.2. Then number 3 came the University of Oxford, where they got an overall score of 98.9. So now you must be thinking, where is India? So now you're scrolling down, you can see the other universities like Harvard, Stanford, Imperial College of London. Then you can go down, you will see India is in 197, which is Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. They have a score of 46.1, which is below 50%. Then again, if you go below, looking for more India, then you can see in the rank of 225, we have Indian Institute of Science, which got a rank of 42.1. That is also below 50%. So we are struggling, we are really lacking in terms of higher education. And you must be thinking that how they have assessed us, what are the parameters? These are the parameters, you can have a look. That number 1 is the academic reputation. And then we have the employer reputation. We also have the faculty-student ratio, citations, international faculty ratio, international students ratio, international research work, employment outcomes, and sustainability. So if you look into this also, all these points are so important and they need to be considered for us to be in the top chart or in the top universities of the world. Therefore, our government actually came up with this NEP 2020, the new policy for education. And this policy is now in place and it is going to have, and then not only that, even the teachers are going to have autonomy. Then again, if you see, by 2040, all higher education institutions, they shall aim to become multidisciplinary institutions. Okay, all the higher education institutions. I hope you can hear me. Hello. So
Yes,
by
ma'am.
2040, yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So it is also said that by 2040, that means you can imagine now another 15 years, we can just say 15 years, in another 15 years, all higher education institutions, will be multidisciplinary. That means you will get all types of education in one place: medical education, engineering education, teacher education, law, and many other types of professional courses, regular courses, arts courses, everything will be in one place, and vocational courses. So now this is the target of the Ministry of Education, and there will be huge enrollment of students, which will also have optimal use of infrastructure resources, and they will also create vibrant multidisciplinary communities. So you can see here, this is the image of an institution where higher education will have research university, or then we'll be having teaching university, we'll have autonomous degree granting colleges, and you can see the students, how flexible they are sitting and learning. You will have both online and offline classes. So students who do not want to attend class, face-to-face class, they will be attending the online classes. So there will be no rigidity, there will be a lot of flexibility in the system. Then the structure of higher education, as you can see, structure will be for the undergraduate course. Now we will be having a 3-year or a 4-year duration with multiple entry exit options, and appropriate certificates will be given when they exit and they don't want to come back. So our UG courses will be, either 3 years or 4 years, but every college and institution will be encouraged to be having the 4-year UG course, the 4-year undergraduate course, but then the 3 years will also be running till 2030. Then our higher education will also have master's programs. Now, master's programs will be of 1 year or a 2-year master's programs. Now, those students who have studied the 3-year UG course will have to complete the 2-year master's program. But those students who have studied the 4-year UG course, they will, go in for a 1-year master's program, or if they get 75% marks in the 4-year UG program, they will directly enroll for PhD. Okay, so therefore they need not come in for the master's program. So another very important point is research. This entire higher education, it will be focusing more on research. So in the UG level also, in the last semester, will be focused on research. Okay, and the first semester of PG will also be focusing on research. I mean, the third and the fourth semester of PG will also be focusing on research. So therefore, now if a student who has completed 4 years of UG has done the research in the last semester, that is the 8th semester, so the PG of the first and the second semester will be similar to the UG of the 7th and the 8th semester. The course will be designed in a way where there'll be a lot of similarity. So those students who have finished 8th semester need not do first and second semester of PG. They will be directly going in for the 3rd semester of PG. All right, because they have already done in the 7th and the 8th semester of UG the course. So therefore, there will be an identical, the course syllabus will be identical in the 7th and 8th semester of UG and 1st and 2nd semester of PG. All right. So students will be benefiting a lot and that way, and they will not be wasting their time. And we will also be having an integrated 5-year course. That is the ITEP course in B.Ed. Now we are starting in our university. We are starting now the integrated teacher education program. Then we also have the B.Ed and the M.Ed, which is merged together. That will be a 5-year course. Then the BA LLB, which a law course, you have graduation and law at the same time. That will be a 5-year course. So this way, there are many integrated programs which are there and which will be very much beneficial for the students. As you can see in red, MPhil program will be discontinued. Okay. Now you look into this slide. This is how our higher education will be like now. So we will be having UG programs of 3 or 4 years, PG program of 1 or 2 years. Option will be there for 5 years, bachelor's or master's program, integrated program. MPhil program will not be there. And then facility for credit transfer also will be there for students who leave a course midway. Now always remember that there could be students, now students are given an opportunity to leave the course in the middle and take a break. So they may get married, maybe they are working, they don't want to complete the education now, so they can take a break and then they can go and again come back. Now suppose they go and they don't want to come back, anymore, so they have the academic bank of credits. Whatever credit that they have earned, they can store it in that academic bank of credit. And if they don't want to come back, based on that credit, the university, the Ministry of Education, in line with the university, will be awarding them the degree of this credit certificate course or diploma course or the postgraduate diploma course. So they will be giving them those credits, and it will be of much use for the students. Because sometimes now, in the earlier time, what is happening, if the student is not able to complete the course, he is not allowed to leave midway also. So there's a loss for the student, because the student does not get any degree because of some unfortunate consequences, or maybe the student has got married or has taken a break, so their degree is not counted. But now it will be counted. Okay, so you can also transfer the credits, means from one university to another university. So suppose now one student has studied in say in Kerala University for the PG program we have 4 semesters. So if he has studied 2 semesters, means 40 credits he has done. Now with that 40 credits will allow him to transfer his credit to another university, probably in Nehu. So the student from Kerala University has done 2 first semester, second semester, and now can come to Nehu in the northeast, in Shillong, for completing 4th semester and 3rd semester and 4th semester. So that facility is also given to the student. Okay, so now you can see teacher education program, how it is going to be like. In teacher education, now we are encouraging to have CTE has encouraged all the colleges to have the 4-year integrated teacher education program. So ITEP we call it. So a student after class 12 can join the B.Ed program. Okay, but it will be a 4 years course. So student and 8 semesters, student can go and complete 8 semesters, and then they will be awarded the B.Ed degree. So it could be a BA B.Ed or BSc B.Ed or a BCom B.Ed. Okay, so if a student is from science stream, can opt for a BSc B.Ed, arts stream can opt for a BA B.Ed, and commerce stream can opt for a BCom B.Ed. Okay, and it is also said that now we will also be having a 1-year B.Ed program. We will also be having a 2-year B.Ed program, which has already been, the curriculum structure has already been framed, and soon NCTE will announce the 1-year B.Ed program and the 2-year B.Ed program. So I'm also a member of the 1-year B.Ed program in NCT, where we have worked for the curriculum of the only 1-year B.Ed. You need not do 2 years, but there are many criterias like only the 4-year. If a student has completed 4-year undergraduate program, can opt for the 1-year B.Ed program, or if a student have completed the postgraduate program, then can opt for the 1-year B.Ed program. And then there are many other criteria, norms and standards which have been developed. And the 2-year B.Ed program will be similar, the one like which is going on in the earlier times, but only the course curriculum has changed. Because now we have the major subject, the minor subject, we have the value-added courses, we have the ability enhancement courses, and many others. So those things, and even the vocational courses are there. So they are all being added in the B.Ed program. So scholarships will also be given, because that is very important now, because we all know teacher education is very expensive, and now scholarships will be provided by NCTE to the meritorious students, and for them to undergo the B.Ed programs of 4-year B.Ed, 2-year B.Ed, and the 1-year B.Ed program. And it is also said by 2030, all the standalone teacher education will be closed down, and they will be in line with the multidisciplinary institutions. So probably if they are alone, then they have to open the other programs to support them, like UG programs or PG programs to support them. And if otherwise, they will have to merge with the multidisciplinary institutions. So you can see here now that the 4-year B.Ed program, you can do, any person can do that only after qualifying the NTA test. Now we have the NSET exams, which is given by NCTE. So they have to clear the NSET exams to come in for that 4-year B.Ed program, that is the ITEP program. And for 2-year B.Ed also, the applicants will be getting a bachelor's degree with specialized subjects. And 1-year B.Ed also, they will be given a bachelor's degree with specialized subjects, but entry point is different. Okay. And then we also have shorter teacher education programs right now, like the guides and the diets. But soon after, by 2030, they will be closed down. We will be having only the ITEPs. Okay. So therefore, it is now, mandatory, becoming mandatory for, as per NCTE, for all the teacher education colleges to have the ITEP program, because by 2030 they will not be allowing a teacher education who do not have a ITEP program. So that program has to be included. And in our university, we have already going to start now from this month, the ITEP program. And we have got the permission to start ITEP in the secondary level. So next year, we'll be starting the middle level also. So you must be wondering, what is this secondary level, middle level, then foundation level, and the preparatory level? Now, the secondary level means the teachers who are trained to teach students in schools, only who are studying at the secondary level. Similarly, for middle, teachers will be trained in the ITEP. They will be trained so that they can teach students in the school only at the middle level. Similarly with the preparatory and the foundation level. Okay. So now teacher education has been improved a lot. We have the national curriculum framework for teacher education. We have the national standards, NPST, the National Professional Standards of Teaching. And we also have the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which will be looking into the teacher education also. Okay. And not only teacher education, but other education, but also teacher education is included. Then we also have the National Mission for Mentoring, where large pool of outstanding senior retired faculty will be also called for that. Then we'll be having empowering teachers, like now the teachers will have to be technology savvy. They will have to know how to use technology. Any teacher who has no idea of technology or is never using technology may be asked to leave the post, and another teacher who is technology savvy, because now we are having ICT is becoming mandatory in the teacher education institutes, in the colleges, in the schools. So because teacher will have to have the knowledge of technology. Then the career growth will also be there for teachers, because within a single school, like I told you, you have the foundation, preparatory, middle, and the secondary. So students, teachers will be specialized to teach in these levels. Not that any teacher can go and teach anywhere. Like earlier times, a student who passed class 12 can go and teach in the primary level. But this is not so now. A lot of restriction has been given, and specialization is also there for teachers. Then we have this NPST, where we are having the national professional standards for teachers. So this is already in place by NCTE, and now we are going to have many programs based on this. Then we have the autonomy for teachers, means teachers will have the chance to select the papers, select the pedagogy, teaching, learning strategies in the classroom, and may have her own style and own ways of delivering the lectures, and also, framing the syllabus. With soon the teachers will have the autonomy to also frame the syllabus and take the classes on their own. Then we have the academic leadership, which is also very important. This is also available for the teachers. Then we have the teacher professional development, and every teacher will have to have at least 50 hours of continuous professional development. In a year, they will have to have 50 hours of continuous professional development. They have to show the certificate. And then recruitment is also very strong now. The teachers cannot be recruited so easily. They will have to pass the teacher eligibility test, and then only they can be recruited. And that also, this test is specialized for the 4 stages, both in both the public school and the private school. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to teach. Then there are also certificate courses for the teachers who are specialized to teach the children with disabilities. So we have the RCI now, the Rehabilitation Council of India. They are also having a 4-year ITEP program that is fully specially designed for teachers who are going to teach the children with disabilities, which we call as the Divyang children. Then we also have the transparent transfer system. Teachers will be transferred with everyone knowing it will be online and computerized. And then the test scores will also be very, 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 very transparent. And the teachers only with the scores from TET and NTA tests will be recruited. And then the NCT also will be restructuring itself in many aspects, especially with the professional standard setting body. Okay, then we have, you can see the salient features of teacher education, which is in place, which I discussed just now. At the end, you can see that the IT and data is also very important. The information technology and database predictive planning is required for the teacher education institutes. And it is also mandatory for every PhD student in teacher education to prepare a module on teacher education. Then lastly, I'm going to show you this regulatory system. How are we going to regulate the higher education? So we do have a regulatory body as per NEP, and this is known as the HECI or the HECI, which is known as the Higher Education Commission of India. Now, the Higher Education Commission of India has divided the regulatory system into 4 parts. That is regulation, accreditation, funding, and academic standards. Okay, it is divided into 4 parts. And when you talk, number 1 is regulation. So under the regulation, you can see the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, or the NHERC, will look into all the regulatory part of the institutions. Teacher education, normal institution, regular institutions also. So earlier it was NAC who was looking into the regulation. Now we have the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which will be taking care of that. Okay, they will be giving the assessment. Then now you have the NAC or the NAC. Earlier we had the NAAC. Now it is NAC, which is a National Accreditation Council. Earlier we had assessment also there, but now we have Number 2 also, and primarily their main thing is to look into the governance part of the institution. How good is the governance? How good are the teachers? What are the points that they have received and everything? Okay. Then we have the Higher Education Grants Council. They are number 3. And earlier we had the UGC, who looks into all parts of the grants, but now we have the HEGC or the HEDC or the Higher Education Grants Council, which takes care of the all kind of grants. Okay. And then fourth one is the General Education Council, which comes under the Higher Education Council of India. And this general education means they take care of everything beyond whatever is required. Like we have the National Higher Education Qualification Framework and many other things. So you can see here, ultimately, lastly, you can see here this timeline which is given for the implementation of NEP 2020. Now this timeline is starting from 2021 and it is ending in 2040. So you can see in 2021 what we have done in yellow, that we have done the formulation of National Curriculum Framework for school education. We started all that. We also did for teacher education. Then in 22-23 we did the National Professional Standards for teachers. Means, you know, we started implementing them. Then slowly and steadily we will be going to 29-30. That is where everything should be completed and all aspects should be placed in the multidisciplinary institute. You know, not only teacher education, we will be having all other regular education, the normal regular BA education. Then we will be having the different streams like science, arts, commerce, professional bodies, medical education, engineering education, technical education, law education, many other professional education. Everything will be placed in one university, in one college. And NEP is also saying that in every district, we need to have one multidisciplinary institute. So therefore, now students need not run from one place to one place to get, you know, quality education. They can have it in their own district only. Suppose a student wants to have quality teacher education, they can go to that multidisciplinary institute where, you know, everything will be kept in one. Okay, and they can also have the facility of multiple entry exit, and they can also do, you know, learn in an environment which is happy, which they are feeling happy, they are, you know, they are not being stressed out, and they are also doing the course of their own desire, which is a desire and which they are professional with, they like to learn. So finally you can see 2040, which is given in gray. Now 2040 has to be operational. We will see 10 years gap will be given, and in that 10 years, 2030 to 2040, we will be checking, the Higher Education Council of India will be checking, the Ministry of Education will be checking that how this policy is moving, how colleges are functioning, how well they are doing. And whether, always also remember that all those colleges and universities who has not implemented NEP 2020 by 2030, their licenses will be cut. They will not be allowed to function anymore. So therefore, in the 10 years, they will be given time to check how this policy, based on this policy, how education system has improved in the country. If it has improved, if it is doing well, students are happy, ranking is going up of the universities, then, you know, we can say that we are successful in the NEP 2020. Okay, and there are certain strategies for implementation also, where the Ministry of Education has discussed this with the universities, with the higher bodies. They have different, bodies who are taking care of this, where accountability is given, and the Vice Chancellor of a university is directly involved here. In every university, Vice Chancellor is directly involved, because the Ministry of Education will be sending all the directions to the Vice Chancellors of the central universities. and then it will be going to the state universities and then to the government, and finally government will implement. So therefore this NEP committee is very, very important, which is already selected and is already in place. They will focus on the implementation plans along with the ministers of education in the state and the other ex officio members, and they will specially discuss on many issues like ethical education. They will discuss on the complexity of the education, on the social aspects of education. They will also see that there is a cross-faculty approach where teachers are being exchanged from different universities for a period of time. And also there are many pedagogical issues which will be discussed at the national level. And finally, you will see these are the 6 elements which will be required for successful policy implementation, like incentive, instruments, information, adaptability, credibility, and management. These are the 6 elements which will be discussed. And in conclusion, I would like to say NEP 2020 is actually a very important policy. It has come in a huge way, and it is going to change everything in the education system, because the essence has been taken from the Sustainable Development Goals, because India is a member of United Nations. We have given our commitment that we are going to improve ourselves in all the 17 goals, and education is a pointer where we were asked to improve in our education system. So therefore the government is taking a lot of initiative in improving the education system, and this government is also proving that we need to really, really come up with high quality and standard education. So management will have to play a very important role here so that they can come up and they can, take care of this education system. So this is all that I have to say in terms of higher education, in terms of NEP 2020. And I believe that I have enlightened you in some way or the other, where you could understand a little bit on NEP 2020, because it is very, very important part now of the education system. Every college, every university will have to implement this NEP 2020. And not only that, I especially went to teacher education program so that you can have a look at why this teacher education is so important now. The 4-year B.Ed program is so important. So this is all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening to me and being in my session. And I hope it was, fruitful. The discussion was fruitful. And if you have any questions, anything you want to know, you kindly let me know and I will answer your questions. Thank you.
Is there any questions to be asked? Anyone?
Madam, you mentioned in passing that there should be a informational adaptability. You mentioned in
international.
You mentioned in passing that there should be an informational adaptability. What it means? And another question is.
I can't hear you. Informational adaptability or international
adaptability?
Informational.
Informational adaptability, as you mentioned in passing.
I was talking about, that we, in our teachers will have to be ICT inclined, ICT savvy, so that, our students are not left behind in terms of information.
Okay, then.
So any teacher who has no knowledge of ICT, who do not know how to use ICT, they may be replaced, okay, in the school level. They may be replaced with.
Okay, the bottom line is every teacher should be tech savvy.
Tech savvy, not only with ICT, with information communication technology. Not only information technology, but information communication technology.
Madam, what about the local regional curriculums merging with the national NEP 2020 program? How the local curriculums are merged with
Yes, so no, each state, sir, each state is looking into it, has how they are going to bring the indigenous knowledge, they are going to bring the local knowledge into the curriculum setup so that our students are not left behind. They should also know the indigenous knowledge and the local setting in the curriculum.
Thank you, madam.
Each state is given the responsibility, and our state in Meghalaya, we have already framed the curriculum, bringing into the local knowledge and the local system.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. We are really grateful to Professor Dr. Brinda Biseli for delivering such an enlightening talk on the topic National Education Policy 2020 and Higher Education. You have shared such valuable insights on the holistic development of students, the integration of technology, and the flexible and multidisciplinary approach, and we really find the exemplary situations you have shared practically useful. Your expertise and passion have inspired us, and we are thankful for the time you took to share your knowledge. I would like to thank the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala chapter, for organizing the discourse. Thank you once again on behalf of BNB College of Teacher Education, and we hope to have more opportunities to learn from you in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me, and I wish the college success in this program, and I'm also very happy that the college could also bring CEM. And I, being a member of CEM, I got the opportunity to deliver the lecture. Thank you so much, and all the best.
Paper presentation will begin shortly. All the participants, please assemble on the backstage.
Offline paper presenters, please be ready at the backstage.
a visionary roadmap for progressive education hosted by BNV College of Teacher Education, Thiruvallam, in collaboration with the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, aims to explore innovative approaches in teacher education. We now commence the offline paper presentation session featuring the participants who will present their papers. This session will be chaired by Dr. G. Valsala ma'am, retired principal of IAAC Thrissur and former principal of BNV CTE, who has nearly 40 years of experience in the area of teacher education and is recognized as an eminent educationist. Dr. Valsala ma'am has served as a source of inspiration for many B.Ed and M.Ed students and has chaired various paper presentation sessions throughout her career. On behalf of BNV College of Teacher Education, I extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Next person to chair the session with us is Dr. Shaiba T.C. ma'am, another esteemed educator with over 30 years of experience in this field. She is currently working as an assistant professor in Sanskrit at Government College of Teacher Education, Thaikad, Trivandrum. I would like to welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of BNV College of Teacher Education to the session. Now, the instructions for the paper presenters. The presentation time is 6 minutes. A warning bell will be given at the end of 5 minutes. 2 minutes will be provided for discussion at the end of each presentation. Paper presenters, please note these points. Now, we are about to start the paper presentation session. Let me call upon the stage the first paper presenter, Aditya B. Lakshman.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. And this is the time for paper presentation. And I think some of you may be presenting it for the first time. So, feel free and present it very well. And you can read it from your mind as far as possible, not from the paper. If possible, you read it from your mind. And another thing is, what is presented is equally important as how it is presented. So both are very important, what is presented and how it is presented. We will assess both that aspects, and audience can also show your presence by asking some suitable questions. So we expect meaningful questions from you also. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Aditya B. Lakshman, M.Ed student from Central University of Kerala. So, today I am presenting the paper, Enhancing Employability Through Targeted Skill Development in India, a case study of PMKVY. Enhancing one's skill is crucial for employability, particularly in rapidly evolving economies like India. The development of skills and employability are intricately linked, as acquiring relevant skills and competencies not only enhances an individual's ability to secure employment, but also fosters a culture of continuous learning and adaptability in an evolving job market. According to UNESCO 2012, transferable skills, often called employability skills, are integral to employability. Skill development has become an essential determinant of an individual's ability to secure and retain employment. The job market constantly evolves due to technological advancements and changing business needs, making the demand for a skilled and adaptable workforce. Employers now seek individuals with technical proficiency and cognitive and interpersonal skills, enabling them to navigate the complexities of modern workplace. Studies have identified areas for improvement in technical skills such as programming, data analysis, industry-specific expertise, and cognitive skills, including problem solving, critical thinking, and adaptability. The employment growth in India is primarily urban-centered, and it does not include the rural youth and underdeveloped section of the society. To address the growing skill gaps in India, on behalf of the Skill India mission, the Indian government has launched several initiatives to bridge those gaps and enhance competency for employability. PMKVY, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. It focuses on providing skill and training and certification to Indian youth. Based on the impact of earlier phases of PMKVY, the next modified phase of PMKVY 4.0 is being implemented between financial year 2022 to 2026 under the umbrella scheme of Skill India program. When coming to PMKVY, the major challenge which it has facing is it is taking the youth which are unemployed and dropout students. So they are giving training to such dropout students, and they are not focusing on the students which are now in the education stream. When coming to the women education, we know about the STEM education, right? In STEM education, the participation of women is very less. According to some studies, there are only 28% of the women who are participating in the employability through STEM education. So there should be a change, or we have to enhance the skill for the employability, not only for the people who are dropout students, also for those who are continuing in the education. We know that we have the educational policies like NCF 2005, then Skill India Mission have arrived, then we have NEP 2020. We are emphasizing more in technology, vocational training and technology education, but still we are lacking the employability skill, right? NEP is focusing on 21st century skill, but when we are going through the Indian education system, we are more relied on theoretical knowledge rather than the practical knowledge. So thus, after going through this paper, what we have understood is that not only the PMKVY, like giving skills to the youth, are needed for the enhancement of employability skill to the growth of Indian economy. It have to be ensured from the school level, that is from the root level, so that we can adapt more initiatives like NEP 2020 or like some collaborations from the school level or from the root level to enhance the needed skills for employability. That's all. Thank you.
So any question from the audience?
You mentioned about the rate of STEM students are very lower. What are your tips for enhancing that lower rate? Because is it because of gender discrimination or because of the patriarchy prevailing even now? This is one of the first questions.
Okay. Let me answer to this question. Whenever we are telling about the women empowerment, or we are giving, making initiatives for women education, we should first of all focus that there is a gap between educated women and their uneducated family. So we have to make changes from the family level, like from the root level we have to make a change, and we have to see if we are educating a woman also, they have some limitation. They are thinking that they have some limitation in some fields. So we have to give more priorities and give more motivation, and we have to find the things.
One question. Recently the Infosys former chairman Narayanamurthy said that they are having the aspirants, the job aspirants, lacking employability skills. And he said that they are lacking in coding. The awareness of coding, even the basic awareness of coding is lacking in them. So what is the way out?
By PMKVY, they are focusing on upskilling and reskilling. So we can ensure these things in the private sector also. We can make a private government initiatives or collaboration, and we can give more skilling courses to those people who are still in employment, and we can make what is the need. We can meet the needs of the current workforce.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Aditya, you have presented it well and answered well. Where is this institution?
Which ma'am? Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod.
It is in Kasaragod?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your presentation was very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
A simple question. How did you identify this problem?
Ma'am, our work is based on the secondary data, as we have a very limited time. So whenever I read the articles based on the skill development, in every article it is showing that there is a we have to meet the 21st century skills like life skills, that problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, which the workforce is now in lack. So after reading all these things, our argument is turned like. Thank you.
Next, I call upon Mrs. Uma Mohan UM for the paper presentation.
Good afternoon all. I am Uma Mohan from Nellimudu New B.Ed College. Here I am going to present my paper entitled as Self-Regulated Learning Strategies for Teaching Biology at Secondary School Level. In today's rapidly evolving educational landscape, students are expected to not only absorb vast amount of information but also apply critical thinking and problem solving skills. However, traditional teaching methods often fall short in equipping students in these necessary skills, particularly in complex subjects like biology. Self-regulated learning has emerged as a powerful educational approach where students take an active role in their learning process by setting goals, monitoring their progress, and reflecting on outcomes. In the context of the secondary school biology, where understanding in create our process and systems is crucial, SRL strategies can significantly enhance students' comprehensions and retention. Biology, with its detailed exploration of living things and complex process, presents unique challenges to the secondary school students. Traditional methods often leave students overwhelmed, struggling to connect abstract concepts with real-world applications. Self-regulated learning strategies provide a framework that encourages independent thinking, deeper understanding, and long-term retention of biology knowledge. This presentation explores the integration of self-regulated learning strategies in teaching of biology at secondary level. It aims to demonstrate how these strategies can be effectively implemented to enhance students' engagement, understanding, and academic performance in biology. We will begin by explaining the theoretical foundation of self-regulated learning, followed by practical applications in biology classroom. Finally, we will discuss the outcome of these strategies based on the recent studies and real-world classroom experiences. With this understanding of the importance and potential of self-regulated learning in biology education, let us delve into the specific strategies and their impact on secondary school students. Self-regulated learning strategy. A self-regulated learning strategy refers to systematic approach learners use to actively manage and control their own learning process. It involves setting personal goals, selecting and implementing strategies to achieve these goals, monitoring progress, and reflecting on outcomes to make adjustments as necessary. The strategy is characterized by the learner's ability to plan, execute, and evaluate their learning activities independently, fostering autonomy and self-motivation. In an educational context, self-regulated learning strategy empowers students to take responsibility for their own learning, leading to more effective and meaningful educational experiences. Overview of self-regulated learning learning models. Self-regulated learning models provides frameworks for understanding how learners can take control of their educational processes. Two most influential models are those developed by Barry Zimmerman and Paul Pindrich. These models offer different perspectives on how learners plan, monitor, and evaluate their learning, providing valuable insights for educators aiming to foster autonomous learning. Zimmerman's model. Barry Zimmerman's models emphasize the cyclic nature of the self-regulation. It divides the learning process into three interconnected phases: forethought phase, performance phase, and self-reflection phase. Forethought phase. In this initial phase, the learners set goals and plan their approaches to learning. This involves both cognitive strategies like setting specific objectives and motivational aspects such as self-efficacy and intrinsic motivation. Performance phase. During this phase, learners implement their strategies and monitor their performance. Self-control and self-monitoring are crucial here, as students adjust their effort based on real-time feedback. Self-reflection phase. After completing a learning task, learners reflect on their performance. This reflection helps them evaluate what strategies were effective and what could be improved, informing future learning cycles. Zimmerman's model is particularly valuable for its focus on interactive process of learning, where each cycle builds on previous one, promoting continuous improvement. Pindrich model. Paul Pindrich's model offers a more detailed breakdown of the components of self-regulated learning, emphasize the interaction between cognition, motivation, and behavior. Pindrich's model is often divided into four key areas: cognitive strategy, motivational strategy, behavioral strategies, and contextual factors. Cognitive strategy. This includes the technical such as rehearsal, elaboration, and organization, which helps the learners process and retain information. Motivational. Pindrich's model significant emphasis on the motivation includes the learner's self-efficacy and goal orientation and task value beliefs. Behavioral strategy. These strategies involve the management of the resource such as time, effort, and study environment, as well as help-seeking behavior when needed. Contextual factors. The model also considered the broad context in which the learning occurs, recognizing that external factors such as classroom environment and teaching support can significantly impact on effectiveness of the self-regulation. Self-regulated learning strategies for teaching biology. Self-regulated learning plays a crucial role in contributing to academic success, particularly in challenging subjects like biology, by fostering students' autonomy and promoting a deeper understanding of the materials by equipping students. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ 5 minutes more, I think. In conclusion, the integration of SRL strategies in biology education at the secondary school level presents a powerful approach to enhancing students' learning and engagement. Self-regulated learning empowers students to take control of their learning by setting goals, monitoring their progress, and reflecting on their understanding by strategies. This autonomy not only improves academic performance in biology, but also comprehension of complex biological concepts. While the benefits of self-regulated learning strategy are significant. The implementing these strategies in secondary school settings comes with challenges, including variability in students' readiness, the needs for the teacher training, and balancing curriculum demands. However, with careful planning, adequate support, and commitment to fostering a growth mindset, these challenges can be addressed. Ultimately, by equipping students with tools and strategies of self-regulation, educators are not only enhancing their ability to learn biology effectively, but also preparing them for success in their future academic adventures and beyond. The adaptation of self-regulated learning strategies in biology education makes us shift towards more personalized, student-centered learning, which is essential for developing independent, motivated, and lifelong learners in science. Thank you, ma'am.
So, any questions?
You mentioned that mentioned about a Zimmerman model.
Yes, sir.
Zimmerman model.
Yes, sir.
And also mentioned about interactive sessions for a enriched pedagogy of biology.
Yes, sir.
My question is regarding how the digital chatbots like Alexa could be used effectively for interactive sessions. Like you asking a biology student asking Alexa on the details of a genetics or something like that, or gene editing, Alexa could answer it, or GA or ChatGPT could answer it. So how far digital tools can enhance the teaching strategies of biology?
Yes, sir. Digital, I think the multimedia can play a very good role in teaching biology, because sometimes sometimes the imaginary world of the students were not clear when we express only in the teaching through the lecture method, or when we draw in the diagrams in the blackboard, it's not clear at all. But when we use the multimedia, the students can easily capture what the process is going on.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, sir.
So, Uma Mohan, I think this is a theoretical paper, is it? Yes. Have you conducted any experimental study based on this strategy?
Actually, this is my MA thesis work also. I'm doing now. Now I'm collecting data from the school students. Not completely, ma'am. The work is going.
Thesis is based on this strategy?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. You are intended to study which topic?
Effectiveness of self-regulated learning strategy on metacognitive skill and achievement in biology at secondary school level.
I asked which topic from biology you select?
I select this from digestion and transport of nutrition. Thank you, ma'am.
Rest of the presentations will be continued after the tea break. Please come back after 10 minutes.
Good evening all. My study is entitled as Effectiveness of 4C ID Model for Enhancing Awareness on Eco-Friendly Practices Among Upper Primary School Students. Background of the study. According to KCF 2023, eco-friendly practices are emphasized as a critical component of education, promoting sustainability and environmental stewardship among students. Eco-friendly practices refers to the actions and behaviors that contribute to the preservation and protection of the environment. Four-component instructional design model is an instructional design approach for complex learning. It was developed by Jeroen van Meribor in 1997. He is a Dutch psychologist and educator. It was a very useful model for individualized and adaptive learning when using multimedia. Need and significance of the study. Eco-friendly practices have paramount significance in today's rapidly changing environmental landscape in the context of recent landslides in Wayanad, Brahmapuram fire incident in Kerala, alarming increase in air pollution, particularly in cities like Delhi, catastrophic flood in Uttarakhand 2023, the COVID-19 pandemic, Nipah virus outbreak 2018 and flood 2018. NEP 2020 advocates for the integration of environmental education across all levels of schooling. Educating upper primary school students about eco-friendly practices is essential because it shapes their understanding and attitude towards the environment at critical developmental stage. Objectives of the study: to develop modules using 4C ID model for primary school students to enhance awareness on eco-friendly practices, to test the effectiveness of 4C ID model to enhance awareness on eco-friendly practices among upper primary school students. Moving on to hypothesis, 4C ID model is effective in enhancing the awareness on eco-friendly practices among upper primary school students. Methodology: population, whole upper primary school students in following Kerala state syllabus. Sample of the study: 50 upper primary school students from standard 7 of selected school in Thiruvallam district. Method adopted: experimental method with pre-test and post-test single group design. Tools and materials: awareness test on eco-friendly practices, and materials are modules using 4C ID model. Variables of the study: independent variable, instruction using 4C ID model, and dependent variable, awareness on eco-friendly practices. Mean, standard deviation, paired t-test are the main statistical techniques adopted for the study. Now, going on to major findings of the study: comparison of mean pre-test scores and post-test scores of upper primary school students with respect to awareness on eco-friendly practices. The t-value obtained is 14.55, which is greater than the table value of 0.01 level. This indicates there exists a significant difference between mean pre-test scores and mean post-test scores of upper primary school students with respect to awareness on eco-friendly practices. Hence, the 4C ID model is effective in enhancing awareness on eco-friendly practices among upper primary school students. Thank you.
Can you explain what is 4C ID model?
4C ID model, there are 4 components: learning task, supportive information, cognitive strategies, and procedural information. It is an instructivist and mix of instructivist and constructivist approach. Complex learning, knowledge, attitudes and skills simultaneous ആയിട്ട് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യത്തക്ക രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു മോഡലാണിത്. അതാണ് കോംപ്ലക്സ് ലേണിംഗ് 4C ID മോഡൽ.
Other models?
Other models mainly new models mainly focus on constructivist approach, but it is the mix of 2 approach, and recent 2 studies substantiate the result when compared to my study. And it real life situations കൂടുതൽ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു അപ്രോച്ചാണ്. അത് ഏത് ലെവലിലും ആപ്ലിക്കബിൾ ആണ്.
Are you doing PhD?
No, ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു കോളേജിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്.
അതല്ലേ ഗുരുകൃപ കോളേജ് അല്ലേ?
അതെ.
So what are the eco-friendly practices you have identified?
Eco-friendly practices UNEP-യുടെ കമ്പോണൻസിന് അനുസരിച്ചാണ് എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. energy efficiency, resource efficiency, waste management, pollution prevention, sustainable consumption and production, biodiversity conservation are the 5 components according to UNEP. The study is delimited to resource efficiency, waste management and biodiversity conservation because other components is not applicable to upper primary level because there are critical stages of development ആയതുകൊണ്ട് foundational knowledge ആവശ്യമാണെന്ന് തോന്നി.
A simple question. What are the tools used for a simple questions to you. What are the tools used for collecting data for this study?
Two tools and materials. One 4C modules, 4CID model, modules using 4CID model and awareness test on eco-friendly practices.
Then how far ACYD model was effective for enhancing awareness on eco-friendly practices among upper primary school students?
There are two relevant studies. One study is conducted by Rodriguez and next Chen and Lee. There are Chinese studies. First one sustainable energy technologies waste management and studies നടന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഈ സ്റ്റഡീസിൻ്റെ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ എനർജി ടെക്നോളജി ആയിരുന്നാലും വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നാലും രണ്ടും എക്കോ ഫ്രണ്ട്ലി പ്രാക്ടീസുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ റിസൾട്ട് പരിശോധിച്ചപ്പോഴാണ് ഇതൊരു ഇഫക്റ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ള മോഡലാണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായത്. പക്ഷേ ദർ ഇസ് നോ ഇൻ മൈ വ്യൂ ദർ ഇസ് നോ ഇന്ത്യൻ സ്റ്റഡീസ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ടു ദിസ് ഏരിയ. Thank you, teacher.
Next, I welcome Adarsh SS for the paper presentation.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm very happy to stand here to present my paper and very happy to to be back on my beloved school and meet my beloved teachers also. So let me introduce to my title of the paper. My paper is titled The Transformative Power of Storytelling in the Classroom, Enhancing Learning Through Narrative. So moving to the objectives of the study. My main objectives of the study are the first to examine the role of storytelling in enhancing student participation and engagement in the classroom, and to explore the impact of storytelling on promoting critical thinking and the emotional engagement among the students. And the third and my last objective was to provide recommendations for effectively incorporating storytelling as an educational setting. Before this, I just want to introduce my title with the current scenario. Why I just selected my topic. Just moving to the next slide, you can see the very important topic of the discussion for today was the National Education Policy of 2020. In that, a part was specifically designed for titled Teachers. So teachers, this was the introduction given to that part, and it was evidently and unfortunately it was said. Today, however, the status of the teacher has undoubtedly dropped. Look here, it's a important document formed by visionary educationalists in our country. And in that document it has been said the quality of education of teachers is very bad in our country. So let's imagine it's better not to talk about the quality of teaching education in India. So, and next slide, I just want to introduce you another important topic, that is these are the important life skills given by the WHO, World Health Organization. And in that you can see there are many 10 important life skills given by the WHO. And it was coping with stress, coping with emotions, critical thinking, problem solving. Just imagine how many teachers in these days teach their students to be creative, to be critical thinking, to be encouraging innovation in classroom. So, why I selected this topic? Moving to the next slide, you can see the most famous psychologist Daniel H. Pink in his book, the world's bestseller book, A Whole New Mind. In that, he said, the future belongs to a very kind of person with a different kind of mind, creators and empathizers, pattern recognizers and meaning makers. These people, artists, inventors, designers, storytellers, and counselors, big picture thinkers will now reap society's richest rewards and share its greatest jobs. 21st century belongs to the right brainers. What do you mean by right brainers? Right brainers are people who have artistic, who have creative thinking, who have imaginative power in them. The mere traditional schooling teaching of just rote learning, rote memorization, facts, figures are all outdated. If you want to survive in the 21st century, what you have is the ability to create, ability to innovate things. And that's why my topic of the day comes into play. Just a simple quiz. This is a right angle triangle. You can see the theta there. Let me ask you, what's sine theta for this right angle triangle? Anyone? What's sine theta for this right angle triangle? Yes, maybe you were from the max stream? No. No, yes. But how many of you can answer the question? No? Next slide. Yes, let's shift from max to social science. When was the first Battle of Panipat held? Any idea? Is it 1626, 1526? No. But let me ask you in the next slide. Do you remember the story of Hare and the tortoise? Yes? Yes. What's the moral of the story? Slow and steady wins. Very good. Slow and steady wins. Why? You remembered it. But when I asked you about the sine theta of a right angle triangle, you can't. I asked you about when was the first Battle of Panipat, you can't answer the question. But when I asked you about the story of this hare and tortoise, just remember the thing that the right angle sine theta equal to opposite side by hypotenuse side was learned in the very small classes high school. I'm very sorry to remind you of that nightmare you had in the high school days. But this is the actual story. This is not our problem. We human beings are hardwired to this. We are made to believe in stories rather than facts. That's what, the next slide please, yes. And that's where the importance of stories comes. Yes. Yes. And we are moving through another generation of stories, through Instagram stories, right? And when you have WhatsApp statuses, where we are more interested in stories these days. Yes. And why storytelling? Oh, that's my topic. Why storytelling? Yes, throughout history, storytelling has an integral part of history. Beginning from the ancient times, we people were gathered around a fire, exchange our stories between us, and that's why human beings evolved ourselves. So stories has a deep connection with ourselves. And next slide. Yes. And look here, the cognitive psychologist Roger C. Shang has said that humans are not ideally set up to understand logic. They are ideally designed to accept stories, to understand stories. But we don't use that or the creative tool of storytelling. And why do we use story in classrooms? When we tell a story, between the teachers and students, there we have, should I have to stop? Okay. We teachers, when students tell a story between them, the chemicals oxytocin, which is commonly known as the love hormones, produced between the students, and that boosts the connection between the teachers and students, which is a very important thing in the current education scenario. Yes. So the impact of storytelling is very clear from that in scientific studies. And yes, next slide. Stories in classroom. Therefore, stories are important and most in the innovative thing that you can use as a very simple tool that you can use to improve your pedagogical construction. Now, the art of storytelling includes these things. You need a good vocabulary, the voice tone modulation, body language, theater tools, sound effects, ability to narrate, building tension between the curve model, which starts from telling the setup for the story and going through the peak section of the story and reaching the climax and ending with a real moral story. That will be very important and innovative thing in the classroom. So, from my study, I have a few recommendations. As a teacher, you have to include relevant story. Whichever stream you are teaching, you can use stories. So please use this magical tool of storytelling. You can use personalized learning, utilize various medias when you tell stories. Assessment and feedback is a very important kind of storytelling technique. And professional development. Through your professional development, you can use storytelling. You can train for how to tell a story. Storytelling is an art. Yes. And with this quote, I want to conclude my presentation. None other than Steve Jobs. The most powerful person in the world is a storyteller. He was a storyteller, he is a storyteller, and he will be a storyteller. Because, as you see, the Second World War was just triggered by storytelling because people believed a German story of racial supremacy. And why we and people believed and by Fair and Lovely? Because they convinced us that we are not beautiful and we can become beautiful by using Fair and Lovely. So stories are integral part of our daily life, and which can be an effective tool, which can be a gateway for a modern education system. And with that quote, I'm very interested in knowing what's your story as prospective teachers, and thank you.
So others, your presentation was very good.
Thank you, teacher.
The question is, many studies have very well proved that the storytelling is very effective for classrooms.
Yes,
especially for primary or upper primary.
No, I think not only kids, human beings are the most consumers of stories. Like I said, we people believe stories. Why we go to a store and buy a product? Because we saw a story that is told by the companies in the advertisement, and they form a belief that they will provide us what they had promised, and then we go to the store and purchase. No one put a gun in our head and forced us to buy that product, because human beings are adults are the most human consumer story. But yes, storytelling is very important, very effective, both in lower classes or in the higher classes. Yes.
So your observation is that it is storytelling is very effective for commerce classes also.
Yes. I still use it. I do use it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, teacher. Okay, thank you.
Next, I call upon Regina S. for the paper presentation.
Good evening all. My name is Regina. I am from BNB College of Teacher Education, Thiruvallam. I am hereby to present a paper entitled as Preparation and Testing of a Learning Package on Vedic Mathematics for 8th Standard Students. Already we believe that Maths is a tough subject and dry subject. But Maths is a core subject in the 8th grade curriculum, serving as the foundation of advanced studies in science, technology, engineering, and other fields also. However, many students at this level often face challenges with mathematical concept, leading to anxiety and lack of confidence in their abilities. Traditional teaching methods may not always engage students effectively or cater the diverse learning style. To address these issues, alternative approaches such as Vedic mathematics can be introduced to make learning mathematics more intuitive, engaging, and enjoyable. Vedic mathematics is an ancient system of mathematics that originated in India. It is based on 16 sutras and 13 sub-sutras of a quick and efficient method for performing mathematical operations. These techniques simplify complex calculations, allowing students to solve problems mentally and with great speed and accuracy. The principles of Vedic mathematics are not only useful for basic arithmetic but also extended to more advanced areas such as algebra, geometry, and calculus. The purpose of this project is to develop a learning package on Vedic mathematics specifically tailored for 8th grade students. The package aims to introduce Vedic mathematical concepts, enhance computational skill, build confidence and reduce math anxiety aligned with the existing curriculum. The learning package is designed to interactive and engaging, utilizing various instructional format. It is structures into modules that progressively build on each concept. Each module include clear explanations, step-by-step instructions, and numerous practice problems to reinforce learning. To evaluate the effectiveness of learning package, a study was conducted with a group of 8th grade students. This involved implementing the package in the classroom setting, monitoring students' progress, and collecting feedback from students. The results from the study provided valuable insights into the strength and the area for improvement in the learning package, leading to its refinement and optimization for broad use. Overall, this project highlights the potential of Vedic mathematics as a valuable educational tool that can complement traditional teaching methods by offering students alternative strategies for understanding and solving mathematical problems. Vedic mathematics can play a significant role in enhancing maths education for 8th grade students, fostering the deeper interest in the subject and equipping them with the skills and extending beyond the classroom. Objective of the study: to prepare a learning package on Vedic mathematics for 8th standard students and to test the effectiveness of prepared learning package Veda Ganitham for 8th standard students. Method adopted for the study using experimental method, the single group pre-test and post-test scoring was adopted to test effectiveness of the learning package. The sample selected for 20 high school students from Victory Girls High Secondary School, Nemam, Thiruvananthapuram. A tool used for the study is learning package Veda Ganitham, prepared by the investigator, and the achievement test prepared by the investigator. Procedure of the study was conducted by 3 phases. First phase is setting the stage. During the first phase, the learning package named Veda Ganitham was prepared based on the strategies in Vedic mathematics, especially for teaching the concept subtraction, multiplication, and find out the square of a number. Care was taken to ensure that package was specific, precise, and aimed at the ensure easiness of learning for students. A pre-test was conducted during the first phase to test the knowledge of the students regarding the concept of subtraction, multiplication, and finding the square of a number. Second phase is unlocking Vedic math secrets. The second phase was carried out during the time span of 1 week, comprising 6 classes. In first 2 classes, a general introduction about Vedic mathematics was given to the student, and then the investigator tried to find out the knowledge level by regarding the Vedic mathematics and how far they have applied this technique in the math tutorial. The final is celebrating the Vedic math superpower. This is the third phase of the study. A post-test was conducted in order to understand the level of knowledge gained through the package Veda Ganitham. The result and discussion is the attempt to find out whether there is any significant difference in the performance of students during the pre-test and post-test score is carried out here. The pre-test and post-test score each student was computed and the difference was calculated. The mean and standard deviation of the data was subjected to test the significance by calculating the critical ratio through paired t-test. The mean difference between the pre-test and post-score of each student was computed as 5.35. The standard deviation of the difference pre-test and post-test score is there is a significant difference. That means there is a successfulness in my learning package. Hereby concluding that introducing Veda Ganitham is beneficial for including or introducing an interest in students. Hereby concluding, thank you.
Regina, you presented it well.
Thank you.
Then why did you select a single group for this study?
ഇത് സത്യത്തിൽ ടീച്ചർ ഞാൻ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയാം. സത്യത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ടീച്ചിങ് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ടൈമിലാണ് ഞാനിത് ചെയ്യുന്നത് പ്രോജക്റ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത് ഈ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എക്സ്പെരിമെൻ്റൽ സ്റ്റഡിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും നമുക്കത് പഠിപ്പിച്ചിട്ട് വേണം, കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒരു പ്രീ ടെസ്റ്റ് പോസ്റ്റ് ടെസ്റ്റ് നടത്തിയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത് അത്ര കുട്ടികൾ മാത്രമാണ്, ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് ഞാൻ അതിലേക്ക്, അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ലിമിറ്റേഷനാണ്, ഈ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഒരു ലിമിറ്റേഷനായിട്ടാണ് ഇതിനെ കണക്കാക്കുന്നത്.
Who is the father of Vedic mathematics?
നമ്മുടെ ഭാരതി തീർത്ഥജിയാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രോ-ഫൗണ്ടർ ഓഫ് വേദഗണിതം.
What are the educational implications of your study?
എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ വേദഗണിതം നമ്മൾ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സാധാരണ മാത്സിനകത്ത് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ നിലവാരം വെച്ച് നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഇപ്പോൾ കൂടുതലും എന്താണ് മത്സര പരീക്ഷകളാണ് കൂടുതൽ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് വളരെ ചുരുങ്ങിയ സമയം കൊണ്ട് ഉത്തരത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചേരേണ്ട ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇത് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടേഷണൽ സ്കില്ല് കൂട്ടുന്നു, കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒരു അക്യുറസി, സ്പീഡ് ഓഫ് കാൽക്കുലേഷൻ, അവരുടെ ഒരു കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ലെവൽ കൂട്ടുക, ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്.
Is there any element of this Vedic mathematics in our Kerala syllabus?
ഇല്ല, ഇതുവരെയായിട്ടും വേദഗണിതത്തിനെ കുറിച്ച് മാത്തമാറ്റിക്സിൻ്റെ ടെക്സ്റ്റിനകത്ത് ഇതുവരെയായിട്ടും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. ട്രഡീഷണൽ മെത്തേഡ് ഓഫ് ടീച്ചിങ് ആണ് ഇതുവരെയായിട്ടും അതിനകത്ത് വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്.
What may be the reason?
വേദഗണിതം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴും ഒരു സിംപ്ലസ്റ്റ് മെത്തേഡാണ്, മെൻ്റൽ കാൽക്കുലേഷന് കൂടുതൽ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു തിയറട്ടിക്കലായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സ്റ്റഡീസിന് ഒരിക്കലും മെൻ്റൽ കാൽക്കുലേഷൻസ് സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കാറില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇതുവരെയായിട്ടും അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊരു ഇൻട്രൊഡക്ഷൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല.
In Sanskrit textbook, we can see Vedic mathematics.
മാത്സ് ടെക്സ്റ്റിനകത്തല്ല, സാൻസ്ക്രിറ്റ് കേരള സിലബസിലില്ല. താങ്ക് യു മാം.
Next, I invite Leah J for the presentation.
Good evening all. My topic is National Education Policy and what it holds for language teachers. To promote education among people of India, the government put forward the NEP 2020. There are many changes proposed in NEP 2020 in compared to earlier NEP 1986. This paper mainly focuses on the changes happening by NEP 2020 on language teaching. This paper also outlines some language-related features of NEP and how they affect the present education system. This paper helps to bring awareness about the 3-language formula proposed in NEP 2020. It is through the mother tongue or regional language that human beings find their identity. Keeping such language untouched will affect the interaction. Learning becomes easy when the journey to another language be from a regional language. Deeper, more serious problems remain. Lack of teachers who are proficient in all languages. Teachers who come to teach do not know the language. International language is aligned to children and so on. This is where the relevance of language teachers in NEP 2020 came into play. Language is the basic of aesthetic education. Materialism and semantics begin at the elementary level in grades 1 to 4. Role of language teachers in NEP 2020. The policy recommends mother tongue as the medium of instruction as it is found to be more suitable for children to understand and learn well. In this context, language teachers have the opportunity to differentiate subjects and teach in relation to the language. The role of teachers and the qualities that teachers need are highlighted in NEP 2020. As a startup, NEP 2020 explains how to recruit good teachers in a transparent manner to give them autonomy and cultivate a sense of responsibility in each teacher. Accuracy, maintaining a timeline for all activities and listening well to students are some of the qualities that language teachers need. Position of language teachers in NEP 2020. A teacher must be a good communicator to give and receive. Often, students are not able to apply their questions properly in classroom, where a teacher has to take part in solving each student's shortcomings and help him or her understand the subject in simple language. NEP 2020 also recommends procedures for recruiting quality teachers with transparency, teacher training, promotional avenues, and incentives for good work, good pay, and social security. Problems related to language instruction. It is important to note that the instruction through regional or local language does not necessarily mean that the student should not have the opportunity to learn and attain the fluency in dominant language. By this, student become multilingual and enjoys the benefits of mainstream education and access to work, as well as maintain their linguistic heritage. Solution. NEP also says teachers will be encouraged to use a bilingual approach and to interact with the students who speak a language other than their mother tongue. Conclusion. This paper has truly discussed the importance of language teaching in NEP 2020. It has given enough justifications on why the language teachers' inclusion in this new policy. It heightens the quality of NEP. Also, it has truly explained the position of language teachers and how NEP 2020 affect language teachers. Thank you. MA Malayalam.
Is NEP 2020 emphasizes 3 language formula. Then also, what are the problems faced by language teachers?
അതായത് നമ്മൾ റീജിയണലായിട്ട് ഉള്ള ലാംഗ്വേജ്, അതായത് മദർ ടങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ലാംഗ്വേജ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ചിലപ്പം ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ ലെവലിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷും നാഷണൽ ലെവലിൽ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഹിന്ദി ആ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം ആയിരിക്കും. അവർക്ക് അവരുടെ മദർ ടങ് മാത്രമേ അറിയത്തോളായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോഴത്തേനും നമുക്ക് ആ ഇംഗ്ലീഷൊക്കെ അതായത് ഈ മലയാളം മദർ ടങ് എന്താണോ അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതിന് ശേഷം ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലാംഗ്വേജിൽ അതിലെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അഡാപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം ആ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് അത് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കൂടുതൽ നന്നായിട്ട് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഹിന്ദിയോ അതുപോലെയുള്ള മറ്റ് ലാംഗ്വേജസ് ഒക്കെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും.
English medium students do not show much affinity to Malayalam. What may be the reason?
ഞാനൊരിക്കൽ ഹയർ സെക്കൻഡറി സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിപ്പിച്ചായിരുന്നു. അന്നേരത്തിന് ഞാൻ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്തതാണ്, സെക്കൻഡ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് മലയാളം എടുത്ത കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പോലും അവർക്ക് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് മലയാളം എഴുതാനോ അതിലെ അക്ഷരത്തെറ്റും കാര്യങ്ങളോ ഒന്ന് കൂട്ടിച്ചേർത്ത് വായിക്കാനോ അങ്ങനെയൊന്നും കഴിയുന്നില്ല. എന്തൊക്കെയോ അവർ എഴുതുന്നുണ്ട്, നിറച്ച് എഴുതാനുള്ള കഴിവ് അവർക്കുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആ ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഞാൻ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുകയുണ്ടായി. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഈ ബുക്സൊക്കെ ഇതുമായിട്ട് റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത ആർട്ടിക്കിൾസും ഒക്കെ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്താലോ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു.
ചർച്ച നടക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതാണ്. കാരണം A+ വാങ്ങിച്ച പിള്ളേർക്ക് പോലും പേരെഴുതാനോ മലയാളം ശരി എഴുതാനോ അറിയില്ല എന്നൊരു ചർച്ച നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ കുറേയൊക്കെ കറക്റ്റ് ആണല്ലേ ഈ അനുഭവത്തിൽ? അനുഭവത്തിൽ കറക്റ്റ് ആണോ? അത്
അനുഭവത്തിൽ കറക്റ്റാണ്. താങ്ക് യു ടീച്ചർ.
Next, I call upon Shahna AL for the presentation.
evening, one and all. I'm Shahna from Srinarayana Training College, Neduganda, and the topic of my studies is a study on the effectiveness of English Sounds Pronunciation app in enhancing English language pronunciation among secondary level students. And pronunciation is crucial in language acquisition, enabling clear communication and boosting confidence, especially in a globalized world. As English becomes a global lingua franca, accurate pronunciation is essential for both verbal and digital interactions. This study examines the impact of these tools on students learning English as a second language, aiming to uncover insights into improving pronunciation skills through innovative digital resources. When coming to the need and significance of the study addresses the critical need to assess the effectiveness of pronunciation-focused apps and software for secondary school students. Clear pronunciation is essential for effective communication, yet many students struggle due to the traditional emphasis on grammar and vocabulary over pronunciation. And this study aims to provide evidence on effectiveness of these tools, guiding educators and students following the state syllabus of Kerala in selecting the best resources to improve pronunciation, ultimately enhancing students' confidence and future opportunities. And the objectives which I set for the study is to find out the proficiency in pronunciation among secondary school students and to find out the effectiveness of English Sounds Pronunciation app in enhancing pronunciation of English language. And the method which I chose was experimental method, because I have to clear out what they acquired or what they have, the pronunciation, the proficiency in pronunciation they acquired before introducing the app to them and after introducing the app to them. And the methodology, there are a pre-test and a post-test, and the tools used were the English language pronunciation test and English Sounds Pronunciation app. The samples chosen for the study is 15 secondary level students studying in 8th standard of Government High Secondary School, Attingal. Girls High Secondary School, Attingal. And the tools. This is the first tool which I was constructed for the study, and that is English language pronunciation test, and I have constructed it based on the sounds that is given in the app, that is English Sounds Pronunciation app. The first is read from the hard paragraph, which consists of the words that has the common sounds we have in English, that is vowel sounds. And the second is read aloud or R-controlled vowels. Many of the students, they have the difficulty in pronouncing the R-controlled vowels, and these are the 10 words that I have selected from that app for the pre-test and also the post-test. And that last one is the story time, and it is of consonant sounds, which has the words that has the commonly pronounced consonants in English language. And this is the English Sounds Pronunciation app which I have introduced to them for their practices of the sounds. And now the results. The results, it's analysis of effectiveness of the application, and in the category of vowel sounds, if you are checking the previous slide, if it is the post pre-test, it has vowel sounds. It is only 40% of the pupil can accurately pronounce the sounds, and in the R-controlled vowels it's only 26%, and in consonant sounds it's only 42%. But after introducing the English Sounds Pronunciation app, in post-test, the vowel sounds, it has raised to 90.67%, and in R-controlled vowels it is 82%, and the consonant sounds it is 82%. That clearly shows that in the category of vowel sounds, the quality of pronunciation increases up to 50% after introducing the digital platform to the students. And in the section of R-controlled vowels also, the sound qualities of pronunciation increases up to 56%. And in the case of consonant sounds, the quality of pronunciation increases up to 40%. That is, a notable change in the proficiency of pronunciation can be seen in the students after introducing the digital platform to them. And finally, I am concluding the session as the study on the effectiveness of the English Sounds Pronunciation app in enhancing English language pronunciation in secondary level students of Kerala provides compelling evidences that technology can play a transformative role in language education. Through a rigorous pre-test and post-test evaluation, the research demonstrated that the targeted use of pronunciation app significantly improves students' ability to produce accurate English sounds, addressing a critical component of language proficiency. The findings highlight the app's effectiveness in overcoming common pronunciation challenges faced by non-native speakers, particularly in a region like Kerala, where English serves as a crucial medium of communication in both educational and professional settings. The study underscores the value of immediate personalized feedback and flexibility offered by the digital tools, allowing students to practice at their own pace and address their unique linguistic needs. And as educational practices continues to evolve, the integration of innovative digital tools like pronunciation apps will be pivotal in shaping the future of language learning. Thank you.
Have you conducted this study for English medium or Malayalam medium?
Malayalam medium.
Malayalam medium.
My question is regarding the effectiveness of such a pronunciation app in deciphering out what we hear in BBC or CNN or Voice of America. We can't figure out the exact American or Australian accent.
Actually, in our curriculum, it is in English, we are following the British accent or British pronunciation. So it's BBC. So we have to check out the pronunciation of the words that comes in BBC, British Broadcasting Company.
For non-native speakers, it is very difficult.
For native speakers, speaking English means pronunciation of English words is very difficult. Even in Malayalam medium, the students have very difficulty in pronouncing the words and sentences. Even certain sounds, they find it very difficult to pronounce. If we are introducing such platforms to them and make them practice, giving rigorous practice, we can enhance their pronunciation skills.
Can such a pronunciation apps help to chat with a tourist, a Western tourist?
In some apps, they are providing the some apps we can record our pronunciation and they will clear it out. Even if there is any mistake in the pronunciation, they will clear it and they will give the correct pronunciation of the word.
It's a very difficult problem because when I chatted with the American Nobel Prize winner, I couldn't gather what he told. But what I tell, he understands. But what he tells, I can't understand.
If you are practicing through the apps, we can easily understand their language, understand their pronunciation, because these apps provide such pronunciation in sounds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So one more question, okay.
As you have selected the sample was only 15. Why?
Because I have gone through the at first I make them read the textbook. Then I choose 15 students from them. That is the students which they doesn't know the sounds, even they doesn't know the words or doesn't know the letters. Those students I have chosen as a sample. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Now I welcome Varsha MS for the presentation.
Good evening, one and all. So my topic is improving students' reading using language games at secondary school level and action research. So before beginning in the topic, I want to share a personal experience that when I was assigned to a particular school during teaching practice, I was to handle kids who has very poor reading ability. They doesn't even know basic construction of words. They lack very poor reading ability. So that inspired me to do this action research. I would begin. You can teach a student a lesson for a day. But if you can teach him to learn by creating curiosity, he will continue the learning process as long as he lives. So, in order to create something effective for the students, the child must be curious to learn. So that inspired me to conduct an action research. And what I did was, the problem was students face difficulty with basic reading tasks, and even with LSR or W, overall students experience poor academic performance and a decrease in self-confidence. And that inspired me to conduct an action research. So what is the need and significance of this study is that many students struggle with reading, affecting their academic progress, and also they lack confidence. Using language games, it's a very creative approach to build confidence to the students. This approach enhances reading skills, boosts academic performance, and support overall well-being. Now, objectives of the study. So the objective include to improve the reading ability of the selected sample of students, to prepare a learning package that includes language games, to inculcate interest in reading English language through language games. So my major objective was to create interest for the students, and I prepared a learning package. It consists of 13 language games, and I consider it as the biggest contribution of mine, and it involves 13 games that can be used by any teacher, well-wisher, or parents that if they wish to improve the reading skills of the students. So that the techniques and methods that I used include: a pre-test was conducted. A pre-test that consists of certain criteria. An observation schedule was prepared to access criteria like voice clarity, pronunciation, fluency, and gestures. This schedule was reviewed by 2 other investigators for reliability. So after implementing this learning package, language games, a post-test was administered to measure improvements. Now the action hypothesis include: students will read with a more distinct voice and better audibility. Language games will help students pronounce words correctly. Students will learn to read in meaningful chunks, enhancing comprehension. Language games will help students use correct stress, intonation, and voice modulation. Regular practice will increase students' reading speed and fluency. Engaging in language games will encourage appropriate gestures and facial expressions. So what I did was, I selected a sample of 10 secondary school students. Actually, they were 12 in number, but due to lack of their presence, or as they were absent for so many days, I made them exclude from this study. So the action plan, I had named this action plan as the learning package as Reading Carnival, which consists of 13 language games. The first game is Sight Word Sprint. This game is basically about sight words. Sight words which means words that are most commonly used in English. Even where the students, they are not able to pronounce words like in, of, the, and all. So what made me to create a game that is Sight Word Sprint, so that they can begin from the basic level. So I would be giving chart or PPT that consists of certain kind of words, list of words, and this will be displayed. The children had to read it with maximum speed. So that is the first game. And the second game is Spelling Bee. Spelling Bee also, there will be different levels, starting from a very basic level that consists of very normal words, and then the difficulty level will increases. This will enhance the pronunciation and audibility and clarity and pronunciation of the students. Next is Word Hunt. I would give them some kind of puzzles, and they have to choose. And also some physical task will be given. So why? Because every time when a child come and read, they would become very boring. Reading Treasure Trail. That is a part of a treasure trail that consists of treasure hunt. Now word chain, it consists of just like what we play in Malayalam Andakshari. We also do this word chain. Last word from each word combine different words. Alphabet alchemy, sentence assembling game, reading relay, role play saga, read and do, story builder, chunk it up, tongue twister. These are the other games. Now this implementation of the plan, this plan was implemented in 13 days. Now what I observe is that after inculcating these games into the student, a post-test was done, and after that, there was significant improvement, notable improvement in the reading skills, including clarity, pronunciation, and fluency. Games such as sight word sprint and spelling bee enhance speed and pronunciation, while reading treasure trail and sentence assembly improved comprehension and expressive reading. Advanced games like role play saga and tongue twister boosted expressive reading and voice modulation. Now, reflection and sharing. There were 12 students in number, and from the feedback that I got from teachers, peers, and students, it suggested that language game is an effective way to improve the reading skills of the student who lack very reading ability. Now, the conclusion: language reflects identity. It is essential for students who have, in order to build confidence, the students have to have excellent language skills. Now, the action plan was very successful. The plan's success is shown by improved reading skills and positive feedback of the students. Thank you.
Varsha, you have conducted an action research.
Yes, ma'am.
It was very good. So my question is, can language games improve the reading ability of students?
Yes, ma'am. So when I asked them, when the teacher come for teaching practice and all, observation, when I asked them for loud reading, none of the students in my class were able to read properly. So after this, I was implementing them with different language games, starting with very basic level. They were able to read properly. If they ask them, okay, come child, come and read this passage, they are not ready. But after going through certain games, they are fully prepared to read. Actually, they are not aware that they are basically studying reading. The ability of reading, they are not aware. They think that they are doing some games and winning some prizes. Actually, they are studying how to read.
Varsha, you have used observation tool. Is it a valid tool for collecting data?
Ma'am, the pre-test was conducted. In pre-test, it consists of some criteria. I want to know each level of the student. The levels of the student may be different. Some of them have good reading ability, but they lack facial gestures and expression. So after this observation schedule, this includes 7 criteria like clarity, intonation, voice modulation, stress, and all, pronunciation, spelling, and all. And I gave this observation schedule to 2 of my student teachers, my friends, and they also conducted a study. From that, a pre-test was done, and after that, a post-test was done, and this suggested that there were notable improvement in the reading ability of the students.
It was an excellent paper, marvelous. Your paper is marvelous because from my experience, I would like to explain you that my 2 girl children, I presented them with a Scrabble, a word game box. What happened after is, it is a wonderful experience because the 2 children has no alphabetical errors. They are wonderful. Your game-based pedagogy is wonderful. It is to be pursued by all. For such, I explained the Scrabble word game.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the feedback. Actually, sir mentioned it as a very marvelous work of mine. Actually, this inspired me from students with very poor reading ability. I was so sad that I was assigned to a students who lack they don't even know the spelling of flower or how to read flower. So I started with very basic sentence patterns. So these games and also, sir, anyone that want to create a change in the life of the student, I am contributing, I am showing the learning package of 13 language games that can be used by any teachers, parents, or anybody who wanted to create a change in the lives of the students. I think it's the biggest contribution of mine as an innovative pedagogy method. Thank you.
Excuse me, Varsha. First of all, congratulate for your wonderful presentation and also the learning package named Reading Carnival.
Thank you.
I have a simple doubt that while you presenting it on your regular class hours, is it you present it on regular class hours?
Actually, it was not. We were not allowed to conduct language games in our daily classroom session. I usually done it during free period and also during lunch break time. Every lunch break, my kids would be standing there. I will be having food and they will be standing there. Ma'am, today which game is going to there? If going to conduct. If I am not ready with the game, they will be very disappointed. I have to make some TLM for conducting games. So sometimes if I am too busy, I cannot make every day I cannot conduct. So that time I feel like I also feel very sad. They look very disappointed. So
is there any practical difficulty while you implementing this package to the students for the first time?
What I did it in the school auditorium where we used to sat with the student teachers. So what the difficulty faced is that every time there will be some kind of programs conducted. So I want a day that is full available for conducting games. Otherwise, some other programs may be there that would disrupt the process of doing certain language games. That was the difficulty.
My last question is, you mentioned that 2 students were excluded from this learning package. If some of the students were present at the earlier stage, but they couldn't able to continue the same for a while, then what could your measure will take for that students?
So 2 students I excluded. I did not do it purposefully. I was there for a fixed period of time. And if they are not available at that time, I cannot do anything. So that's why I excluded them. I already mentioned that learning package, which consists of 13 language games. I had created it in a beautiful way with preface and all. It can be used by anyone. So coming teachers can use it so that these students can also be included. As it was an action research, I can only accommodate 10 students.
I want suggestion also. Could you please make it as an app, online app?
Any online app?
Yeah.
So
you can implement your 13 stages in an online app. It will be accessible for all of them. That's why.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
For
Thank
that
you very much.
suggestion. Any more questions? Thank you.
Now, I call on stage the final paper presenter, Ritula Rajiv, to present this.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Ridula Rajiv from Srinarayana Training College, Neduganda. So my paper, audible? Today I am going to present the topic, Effectiveness of Verbose app in Teaching Tenses in English at Secondary School Level. So first of all, I would like to introduce the app. The Verbose, it is a highly effective grammar learning app designed to improve pupil language skills. It uses time-jumbled words. There are no grammar rules. It is one of the striking features of Verbose. And also it offers interactive lessons, scoring schemes like the leaderboard, etc. Helps us users understand and apply grammatical rules correctly for communication. With a user-friendly interference and engaging exercises, Verbose make grammar learning is accessible and enjoyable for learners of all levels. Now, I would like to say about the need and significance of this study. So, this study focuses on improving students' mastery of tenses for effective communication. It explores Verbose as an engaging alternative to traditional grammar teaching methods. We know that traditional method of teaching grammar is boring for the current students. Like a technological app that will help them to study the grammar effectively. Then the research evaluates the effectiveness of technology in enhancing grammatical skills, and the finding could guide further research and influence teaching strategies. Now, the objectives of the study. So, There are mainly three objectives. First one, it is to prepare activities for teaching tenses in English using Verbose app. So the activity is mainly designed as the time jumbled words. Then to find out the effectiveness of Verbose app in teaching tenses in English at secondary school level. And to understand the benefits of using Verbose app in teaching tenses in English. Now the hypothesis of the study is the pre and post achievement tests. And the methodology I have used for this study is experimental method. And the sample I have chosen for this study is 40 secondary school students from a reputed college of reputed students from the school GGHSS Artingel. And the tool I have used for this study is, of course, the Verbose app. And the measures adopted for the calculation of data is the statistical techniques like mean, standard deviation, and t-value. So the result that I have got is the mean pre-test score was 17.375, which increased to 21.95 in the post-test, resulting in a mean difference of 4.575, and the paired sample t-test yielded a t-value of 40.63 and table value 1.68. And before the conclusion, there is educational implications. So there are mainly so many educational implications of a technological app like Verbose. First one, it is adopting technology in a classroom. Then the second one, it is development of interactive learning materials. Then the importance of regular assessment. So the importance of regular assessment means is that teachers can easily access the level of students through a learning app like Verbose, and the enhancing teacher training. So teachers can improve their technical skills as well as the teaching method through these apps. And the promoting students' engagement. So traditional methods makes the students more boring. At that time, the technological apps like Verbose or Duolingo like that will help the students to make them more interesting. And the conclusion is there is an effective change in the there is an effectiveness for the Verbose app because there is difference in mean and the t-value. So from that I have concluded there is Verbose is an effective learning app for teaching grammar. Thank you.
What are the specialities of this Verbose app?
Mainly, it is designed in bilingual language, so that for my teaching practice time, I used the bilingual language in that app is Malayalam and English. So the words are designed in Malayalam, and it is like the like the time jumbled words, which means is that we have cut the words into different and shows to the students, and the students has to select the correct form of the English from that. And next to my feature is that there is time, so students can they can understand how much time they are taking for studying each chapters. So also there is 145 chapters. So only 40 chapters are taken for my project work because there is a limited time for it. So after that time period or after doing that, they started to telling the grammar more effectively than before.
Ridula, who was designed the Verbose app?
It was designed by one of my sir. He taught me in my 12th standard. His name is Anubemas, and he is working in in the Apple company now as an editor. Before COVID time, he was the teacher in Shantigiri Vidyabhavan Senior Secondary School.
Is this app is effective for enhancing achievement in English?
Yes, of course.
How?
Because, yes, ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴത്തേനും മൊത്തത്തിൽ നമ്മളൊരു ഒരു കുട്ടിക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് മൊത്തം സംസാരിക്കാനും എഴുതാനും ഒക്കെ സാധിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് ഗ്രാമർ നന്നായിട്ട് അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ വെർബോസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ആപ്പ് അതിനെ നന്നായിട്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Can you explain it by an example?
Okay, I can explain. So, ഞാൻ ഈ വീട്ടിൽ ട്യൂഷനൊക്കെ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ ടൈമിൽ കുട്ടികൾ ഒരുപാട് മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് വരുത്തുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതായത് ഈ ടെൻസ് നമ്മളിപ്പം എഡിറ്റിംഗ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവർക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് അത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു വെർബോസ് ആപ്പ് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം അവർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് മിസ്റ്റേക്സിൻ്റെ എണ്ണം കുറയുന്നതായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അതൊരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ തന്നെയാണ്. ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് അവർക്ക് ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ആകുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ തന്നെയാണ്.
What the Kerala students now face is sort of a grammar phobia, fear for grammar.
Yes.
Just like math phobia, there is also grammar phobia. My question to you is, other than the verbose, the tense arm, is there any preposition arm? Because both preposition and tenses are problematic in English.
Yes, in this same app, ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ വെർബോസിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ടെൻസസ് ആണ് പറയുന്നതെങ്കിലും അതിനകത്ത് ഈ പറയുന്ന പ്രിപ്പോസിഷൻസിനെ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. Yes.
Okay, that is a good. It is a good boon for all grammar phobias. Every grammar phobia should take this up so that their fear can be done away with. Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there's one more paper presenter for the presentation. I invite Mubashir Unais on the stage.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. And I am Mubashir Unais, studying at Central University of Kerala in Integrated Teacher Education Program. And our paper is entitled The Perception of Teachers Toward Digital Platforms. So, with me, Anup K, who is also a student in Central University of Kerala for the program Integrated Teacher Education Program is so here with me. So, the objective of our study is we conducted a survey for finding the problems faced by the primary teachers of Kerala in various districts, and we look upon the problems faced by the teachers when they use the ICT or digital platforms in their teaching learning process. And as we all know, technology has made a tremendous impact on all the aspects of the education, and also in the primary education it also significantly affected, and it has significantly affected the teaching learning process and the aspect of teachers towards the education. And digital platforms offer educational and student possibilities on a platform, and as we all know, we all live in a technological era, so the use of technology in education is an inevitable factor. So Now let's look at the evolution of the use of technology. So we can trace back to the UNIVAC. UNIVAC means the first commercial computer that is developed, and from there it started the use of technology in education. So now we can say we all use the technological tools in classrooms for the better understanding the concept and making the abstract concept clear to the learners. So I will introduce some EdTech tools that are used in education. Now firstly the FET, interactive simulation, we can use for teaching science, chemistry and physics topics and all. Then GIMP we can use for image manipulation and image editing and graphic designing and all. And as we all know, Google Meet and TeachMeet are very familiar to us that during the COVID-19 pandemic times, we used this type of platforms for teaching rather than going to the offline classes and all. And as we all know, the Kite Victors channel owned by the government of Kerala is a revolutionary thing that happened in the field of this educational technology. And other platforms are also there, Microsoft Office, Kahoot, and also we can add many tools to this. And we conducted the study on different teachers of primary, and our research assumptions are there. When we inquired about whether they use the ICT or digital platforms in the classroom, majority of them said that they are using. So the schools they are teaching has the better infrastructure so that they can use the technological tools effectively. And only 4.3% of the respondents show resistance to ICT implementation due to lack of access, training and all. Then almost 65.3% of teachers have got formal training on this, how we can integrate the technology. And then 77.6% of teachers recognize the potential of ICT in their school. They know the importance of how they can use this ICT. Then ICT use in schools is generally viewed as positive with no strong negative impacts. Then as we all know, NEP 2020 also emphasized on the importance of technology. We can see that in the part 3 of NEP 2020 document. We should integrate the technology into the education. We can see that in NEP 2020 also. So that's all about. Then when we conducted the study, the main struggles that are faced by the teachers were they didn't get enough training on this integration of technology, and also the lack of infrastructure in remote areas of Kerala. They are also facing these issues and all. Then, as we all know, ICT can revolutionize education by creating interactive, flexible learning environments, and also by they can get a clear idea about all the topics that we are teaching. And the use of ICT, we can say it is success when the teachers are well trained about these tools and all. Then equitable access to digital learning tools is very crucial in this. So everyone should get enough training in this. So the barriers for the full adoption include the limited access and the lack of teacher training. And by overcoming these challenges, we can make the learning more effective, and that's all. Thank you.
You started from UNIVAC to the latest edu apps like Byju's.
Yeah.
So after the decline of Byju's, many other educational apps taken to the front stage. So as a pedagogy man, how you rate the technological tools which foster or which speed up the acceleration of learning? Do you think it accelerates learning?
Yeah, technological tools always accelerate learning, because when I will give an example, when the teacher wants to teach the students about the experience of a desert. So we can use virtual reality and all. So I want to introduce Taj Mahal to the students. I can use virtual reality and artificial intelligence like that.
What about metaverse? Metaverse means mixed reality, virtual reality, and augmented reality.
Yeah.
So these are all could be used for enhancing the student caliber in understanding what they are taught.
Yeah.
So you mentioned about simulations. How it is done? So in biology classes, how can we simulate some experiment or chemistry?
For that we can use PowerPoint presentation for describing about these parts of the different, when we talk about the reproductive system and all, we can use this type of PowerPoint presentation and all for that.
Okay, this is a cutting edge area. It is very wonderful. Good.
Thank you.
Study was on the perception of teachers towards digital platform.
Yeah.
Then why did you select primary school teachers as a sample?
Because as you all know, the primary education is the most important thing, because there they build a foundation. When we conduct study on secondary, the primary should be cleared, the foundation should be cleared before we integrate it to any higher systems. So and also we get access to many primary schools than others, so that is why we selected the primary teachers.
Now you analyze their age group, whether the experienced teachers are...
Yeah, that's the thing I analyzed, and because the aged teachers are not well using these ICT tools in their education, because they lack the training and all, and they are afraid of using these tools because they are unaware of using.
That means who are more competent? The younger ones?
Of course the younger one, because they get the formal training, because as you all know, the curriculum framework today are integrating these technological tools into education, so that they can get the training for this from their study itself. So the lack of training is another thing when it comes to integrating technology.
So you are also from Central University?
Yeah.
Perception means?
Perception, actually we look upon how they or the challenges faced by the teachers when they about to teach using this ICT and all. We mainly focused on that objective.
Negative attitude or positive attitude?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
So the session will be concluded by Dr. Shaiba.
Good evening to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this international seminar. All sessions are wonderful. All presentations are very good. Qualitative and quantitative mixed experimental research papers were seen. 3 papers were experimental. 1 was case study. 5 papers were theoretical, and 1 was action research. Out of the 10 papers, all papers are very good. I appreciate and congratulate all the paper presentators. It will be a motivation to others also. All are presented well. Among these, other assessors presented enthusiastically. Again, wonderful presentations and answers from the presentators. I thank you all, to everyone who gave me an opportunity to come here. A special thanks to Academic Director, then Dr. Sunikumari, then Principal Lakshmi, then Dr. Valsala teacher. Okay, thank you all for these wonderful sessions.
Now we have concluded the paper presentation session. I, on behalf of BNB CTE, express my sincere gratitude to the eminent educationists who chaired the section, Dr. G. Valsala ma'am and Dr. Shaiba TC ma'am. Thank you, both of you. I also thank all the paper presenters for their participation in the session. The session of the first day of International Conference is winded up. Next session will resume tomorrow by sharp 9:30 itself. I request every participant to be present here at sharp 9:15. Thank you.